It is currently 9 o'clock. All the members present, Dan Hughes, Tim Smith, Scott Safford, Jane Plummer, Dan Allard, and Jim Adderholt. Megan Hild is absent and has an excused absence. You'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and an invocation. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing. Heavenly Father, we ask you to bless us with your presence here today. Grant us the wisdom to see all things in true perspective. Grant us the patience to hear one another with open arms and hearts. Grant us the strength to meet all present challenges. May all that we do today bring honor to you and credit to ourselves. Amen. Everybody will turn off their cell phones. I didn't do it either. Okay.
Good morning. Good morning.
Approval of the minutes. Any changes or comments on the January 14th minutes?
I move approval of the minutes of January 14th
Second.
as submitted.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Okay, public hearing. Do we want to have public comment since it's going to be a long meeting for those who are here that don't want to wait till the...
Why don't we just do the agenda change, just for
Okay.
anybody that did show up. Item number 2 done by the applicant. So it's not a continuance, it's not a delay, it's a withdrawal of the application.
Okay, so we don't need to do anything? Okay.
They submitted a letter, formally requested a withdrawal, and obviously that's the right.
If there's anyone in the audience that's here for the Leaky Tiki matter, it's the
Number 2 there.
item number 2 on the agenda, outdoor amplified live music. It will not be heard today. The applicant has withdrawn the item and will have to reapply. So if you were here for that matter, you...
And free morning.
Public comment?
I mean, you can always allow public comment on any agenda item beforehand, but they'll also have an opportunity with each of these
Okay.
to speak.
Are there many people here that want to speak on items that aren't on each agenda? I mean, okay. Want to go ahead and we'll open public comment. Go ahead, come to the microphone.
Right here.
Yep.
Um,
Your name and address.
My name is Jerry Prosnick. I live at 7820 Estero Boulevard. I live on the beach in the environmentally critical zone, EC zone. I've been there for about 16 years on that property, and I'm really upset at all these zoning changes that are proposed right now by the town council. You listen to these meetings at the last meeting over the fences and the hedges. The hedges can only be 6 feet. You can't have them on the side. You can't have them on the main street. The fences can only be 4 feet. My fence for my pool on the main street is 5 feet. And they're telling you have to remove these. I mean, who's going to pay for all this? I mean, this shouldn't be discussed like this. This should be discussed calmly before experts and people that know what is going on about these changes. So I'm real upset about that and worried about that. I'm upset about I'm in section 6 of the project, the Estero Boulevard construction project, section 6. There are no survey stakes in. There are no survey stakes there yet. So the people don't really officially know where their properties end and the right-of-ways begin. In 1948, that road was a 70-foot road right-of-way. Approximately 1959, the state came in and sued through a takings case. They took 5 more feet from the people on both sides of the road. They took 5 more feet from the people on each side of the road. Okay. That's not documented on my deed or my survey or my title policy. So I did file a claim with the title company. They did pay me a settlement. So I'm wondering how many other people could be affected by this. I mean, you don't even know where the end of your property is. That's on the street portion of it. That's just starting. Then I'm worried about my beach side with the environmentally critical zone. My neighbors are trying to get a boardwalk across. They're about 15 doors to the south of me. So I've been following that. I was at the trial. The state administrative hearing judge early ruled that the town has no standing in that case. The town has no standing in that case. They don't belong in that case. Yet the LPA has voted to give them the boardwalk. The town is against it for personal reasons or whatever reasons they have. But they have no business being in that case. So I'm upset about that. I have mangroves on my beach. I have a permit from the state, so I'm cutting the mangroves to 4 feet. Plus I have a 4-foot walkway through the mangroves to get to the water. I have a 4-foot walkway. And I was kind of thinking about putting a dock there to get through the water, into the mushy water. And of course, you're trying to eliminate my possible right to that and eliminating that section. And section 6-366, you're trying to eliminate item B1, I guess. So that would have to go to special exception. I would have to go to a hearing to get permission to do this. And all the trouble that my neighbors are having with the boardwalk, over their boardwalk is very difficult, what they've been through. So, and then the only other issue is, the Sandpaper newspaper had an article, the last editorial by the editor. She is concerned that, I have my paper here, that I wasn't expecting to talk today, so that's why. Anyway, the editor is concerned that a lot of these issues are being frog marched through, I think she used that word, frog marched through by some special agenda to the LPA and trying to direct them to do what they're supposed to be doing. And that's my opinion on what's happening. And I was concerned about this in November 2018 at the LPA meeting, again, where this EC issue originated. And again, it seemed to have been pushed through at that meeting before November 18th at that LPA meeting with Jason and the town attorney and Sarah and Mr. Peterson, the town attorney at that time.
What was the issue at that meeting?
That was also about the right to have.
That's when this issue first came up, in November of 18.
I don't know what issue you're talking about.
The possible changes to the EC zone, possible zoning changes to the EC zone, possible changes to the EC zone. Okay, so, and I guess I'm concerned because there's not adequate notice to the general public about these major changes being made to zoning. There's not adequate public notification about these possible zoning changes. I mean, if you're only about 15% of the people are homestead property owners, I think only 15% of property owners are homestead. Everybody else is probably absentee owners that aren't aware of these things that are going on.
Thank you, Jerry.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Yep, thanks.
Anybody else wish to, I guess?
Question of
Sure.
this gentleman? Sir, would you come back up?
Okay.
You talked about the taking of your property on your right-of-way. They can't just take your property without any judicial procedure. Would you please try to clarify that for us?
Okay, I guess I'm referring to that section 34,652. I think that, and I wasn't prepared to speak today, so I don't.
Jerry, I think he's speaking of the 5 foot on the.
Are you-
Okay, you're
You were
talking about
saying they
that.
took 5 feet along
Oh,
Estero
okay,
Boulevard.
okay, let me go over that thoroughly. I first became aware of that when Scott Whitaker, he's a principal at Bean Whitaker Surveying, surveyed my property and moved my survey pins in 5 feet. That was my first clue of this. And I asked him, why are you moving those in? He said there was a mistake. So he moved the survey pins in 5 feet. So then that's all he told me. So then I contacted Celia Molnar and Associates, and they helped me. They said the road was originally 70 feet on Estero Boulevard when Laguna Shores was platted. That was a 70-foot road right away in 1948. About 1959, the state did a right-of-way court case and took 5 more feet on each side of that road. So that made it an 80-foot road.
That may have been
All
before
right,
any
so that
development.
was a valid taking by the state. They went through a judicial procedure.
That was correct.
Well,
The problem was, it wasn't, the title company didn't go back to patent. When I bought my property, they
Right.
didn't go back to the origination. These title companies only go back to 30 years, and that was not part of my documentation. So, so I presumed I bought that 5 feet of property in my purchase. And then, we found out that it was omitted from my paperwork, and so the title company paid me a claim for that. And I'm just wondering if there's other people on that road that would be in the same situation, aren't aware of the taking in 1959, going from 70-foot road to an 80-foot road there.
It's very possible.
And it's very narrow in that section. I mean, if you ride your bike there, you'll see how close, it's supposed to be an 80-foot road right away now, and it's very narrow on both sides of the road, what's happening. And like I said, there's no survey stakes there yet. The county has not put survey stakes yet, which they should, I think, in my opinion, should be doing.
All right, thank you, Jerry.
Okay.
Anybody else wish to speak at this? Close the public hearing, and who's going to present? Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, Sarah Probst, Development.
But I don't know that they can. Talk? Just start talking. What?
Microphones back there as well.
We do? Okay.
Can you hear us when we're talking now?
Okay.
We're struggling to hear anything that's said here.
Should we push the plus button?
Just speak into the microphone.
All right, thanks. Lay down on the table and speak into it.
Well, you can move it closer.
Okay. If it's showing
It's
green,
battery.
then it should be picking you up. It's not showing green?
No. Okay, now it is. Okay. Good morning, Sarah Probst with Community Development. Fred Drovlik, agent for Barbara Salemi, owner of 200 Pearl Street, is seeking to rezone the property from residential conservation to residential plan development with a master concept plan. The property is mixed residential on the future land use map, which is intended to allow a mix of residential and less intense commercial uses. According to the Lee property appraisers, the property contains 4 lock-off units being used as a duplex and was built in 1946. The total updated square footage, as determined by the Lee County property appraiser, is 1,052 square feet. The applicant is seeking the rezoning through the pre-disaster build-back policy and is requesting a 2-dwelling structure. The RPD includes a request for 1 deviation to section 34, 32, 37, 4 to increase the square footage of the structure to footage of the structure to allow 2 1,400 square foot dwellings for a total of 2,800 square feet, a decrease of 200 square feet from the previous request. The pre-disaster build-back policy allows the current legally existing density to be replaced on the site up to the original square footage and in compliance with all other aspects of the current LDC. Staff recommends that the LPA recommend approval of the rezoning request with the attached conditions, which include an increase in the side setback from 7.5 to 8 feet, a decrease in the site impervious surface from 67 to 60%, and no fill on the site, as well as a requirement to keep native trees where possible and remove invasive species, and to maintain a minimum of 3 trees on the site, and disallowing rental of the units or subdivision of the property. The applicant is also here to answer any questions.
Well, replete throughout the package is a reference to the fact that there's, it's a reduction in density from 4 units to 2 units. And we went all through this in the November 12 hearing. Apparently, it's somewhere along the line it was made into 4 units. There's only 2 bathrooms in this building, as been pointed out at the prior hearing. And in my opinion, it's rather ingenuous to keep saying they're reducing density. I think it's the same.
I would like to point out that they had the property appraiser come out to the site. There are actually, the way that they have it now, it's being used as a duplex, but it is for lock-off units, and that was the way it was previously used, as lock-off units. But the applicant does have a presentation.
I'd like to clarify that also, but when they purchased the property, it was used as a duplex, and it was only a duplex.
Okay, I am not
aware of
that. I'm only working on what the
I
applicant has
brought
provided.
that issue forward, and the purchaser did agree that that's what it was. There was no other stair or access to the other side, and so there's
I'm only using what's on the Lee property appraiser, and the property appraiser did come out to the site at their request. So, I mean, they are trying to resolve this issue and working through it, and they've changed all their documentation to indicate it's being used as a duplex.
But I think, it's just troubling to me to keep referring to it as a reduction in density. Although frankly, it won't make any difference in my decision because it's not an increase in density anyway. It's just a no change. The only thing is I don't like to see a finding that I don't think is accurate as to what in fact is the existing situation on that property. For example, on the traffic was waived because it was a reduction in density. Well, it wasn't, in my view, a reduction in density because the testimony was it's being occupied as a duplex. But to me, it doesn't really matter in the long run because there's no increase in traffic anyway because there's no change in density. I'm just quarreling with the finding, the reference.
Sarah,
Go ahead.
just a question with respect to the applicant's proposal. The total square footage is 2,800 square feet. Is that correct for the whole building?
That's what they're proposing.
And the existing structure is how many square feet?
1,052.
And what's your understanding of the pre-disaster build-back privilege? Does that exceed your understanding of it?
Well, that's what their deviation. That's what their deviation is from, because they want to increase the square footage. This has been allowed in similar circumstances previously. It does not directly align with the pre-disaster build back, but that's why they're requesting the deviation. It has been done before. Oh, okay. Sorry. So it's not directly in alignment with the way that the pre-disaster build back is built, but it does have an allowance in the comprehensive plan that says that it can be increased in instances where commercial uses are permitted. In that future land use district, commercial uses, less intense commercial uses are permitted.
I don't want to have you speak for the applicant, but is that the justification for the variance then, or is the justification because they're claiming that they're decreasing density by going from 4 units to 2 units?
I think that their justification is that they're improving the site, that they are getting rid of a non-compliant structure. It doesn't meet the current building codes or flood codes, replacing it with a compliant structure. I don't know that it's justification for the increase in. I don't know that it's justification for the increase in square footage, but it is allowed because of that section of the comprehensive plan that says it in a district that allows commercial use. So it's not justification, but it's because of the way it exists, it is allowed to be requested in this instance. If it were zoned RS and it were in a low-density future land use district, it wouldn't be something they could request.
And then just a question, our charge then to determine whether
Public interest in considering, in allowing this variance, is that our charge?
No, your charge is to apply the facts that have been presented to you either by the applicant and staff to the criteria and the code as set forth by the staff in the report, and make a determination whether or not the applicant has met it or not. It's to the extent that the criteria, or you believe that there's you read into the criteria, public benefit, then yes.
So but our charge is to determine whether there's a public benefit in granting the variance.
No. No, your charge is determining whether or not the applicant meets the criteria for the granting of a variance.
Right. So if they're allowed to do something,
They do 5,000 square feet? I mean, is there any limit on what that number
Yeah,
is?
the variance criteria is it states in it's the minimum to be able to accomplish what they're seeking through the variance process.
Right, but they're going up to 2,800 square feet, and that exceeds what the pre-disaster build-back, or is there any limit on what the pre-disaster build-back is in terms of additional square footage?
Don't equate variance with deviation. Deviation is different than a variance. Variance has criteria, deviation has criteria. And so again, it's applying the facts that you hear today to the criteria and the code for what's being asked for. Don't equate variance with deviation. They're different, and the criteria are different.
I'll give you a little bit of background here. 190 Pearl and 200 Pearl were pink shelf properties that were moved to Pearl Street. The balconies, because probably at that time they had stairs going up and down from each side at pink shelf. But when they were moved, it became a two-bedroom where you had to walk through one bedroom to get to the next bedroom, because that's the way they were at the pink shelf. Then those two houses had a total square footage of 652 square feet. Then there was a unit put downstairs, not by these people, but prior to them purchasing, there was a non-conforming apartment put downstairs that had 476 square feet. That gave the total of 1,028 square feet. There was never stairways on either sides of the property, and it was always 190 Pearl has always just been a single family, and this one was a 2-unit use. My problem is with using the pre-disaster build back is that it is not a commercial area in the middle of a block of residential homes, and should not be given the ability to double its size when the pre-disaster build back was put on the books to have those people who have something that is non-conforming be able to remain a use by lifting it and bringing it into compliance. That means the square footage can be lifted, not lifted, it has to be a new structure, brought into compliance, and they can have 2 units that they wouldn't be able to get on that lot if they tore it down. And my problem is that they are expanding beyond that, and if they want to have 2 units, then they should have 1,028 square feet, or I'll give them even more than that, because you need to have it handicap accessible for hallways, fence, doorways, getting in and out of a porch. I will expand that amount, but to me, I don't think it justifies, because somebody else got it done and I voted against that. I saw no basis for that to be passed. I don't know how that was passed. I don't understand it, but coming in with the pre-disaster build back, this case does not follow what the book says. So.
Sarah, did you mention that it is zoned in, I thought you mentioned that it is in a zone for like commercial.
It's zoned as RC. It's in a future land use district, and this is a comprehensive plan section that we're referring to. It's in a future land use district that allows less intense commercial. That I'm aware of.
Yeah, right. It's all residential the whole way down. Dan?
along
to hear
that,
Yes, we will. Maybe we should hear from the applicant, but
I would, before you engage
Discuss.
in a discussion about the application, I would recommend that you hear the staff, the complete staff presentation and the applicant, then you can ask questions, and then, and public hearing, once you close that, then obviously have a discussion on whether or not you believe the criteria have been met for both the rezoning and for. That is what's before you.
Right.
Is a request for rezoning and, I think, 2 deviations from the, requirements of the Land Development Code.
I wanted to address that issue. Sarah brought up the comprehensive plan policy 4E1, and which permits additional enclosed square footage only if it's raised and the property is it's on quote property. I think the language is property that allows commercial use. The RC allows commercial, but only as a special exception. My question is the language in the Land Development Code, the Pre-Disaster Build Back, Section 4E1, which says it has to be a commercial property that has a commercial use. Is that language broad enough to include only if it's a special exception in a commercial use?
This has been previously applied. It's been in the future land use district, not just referring to zoning districts.
I know it's
And
in the
that's how-
future land use district, but it's also, it's in RC.
Yes.
Right. So you have to look at both of them. The future land use district is not the zoning, that's a future land use, and it does make reference to limited commercial uses. But in the RC district itself,
Mr. Hughes, I think to your point, they're requesting a change to the zoning. So that's why we keep saying it's at the higher level of the future land use category that is applicable, because it's not RC. So what could be acceptable in that, but also to your point, no, generally it doesn't differentiate between special exception and permitted uses when you're looking at that type of comprehensive plan policy description. It's generally these uses can be allowed in this category, and then the LDC implements that, whether it's by permitted or special exception, other conditional use type, that's the LDC determines that. But this is an RPD request. That's why Sarah's talking about the future land use category driving the boat essentially on that discussion.
well, are you saying that the Pre-Disaster Build Act policy, when it talks about the property must be in commercial property in an area that's zoned for commercial, it's not what it is now, but it's what they want it to be? I don't.
Because it's a rezoning, we have to
I read
look.
that as what the present zoning is.
Well, but they're requesting rezoning, and the pre-disaster build-back is only allowed through rezoning. So you have to look at the future land use district to determine what could be allowed in that district. That future land use district is mixed residential, which does allow commercial, less intense commercial uses. So we're creating a new zoning district through this RPD. And so the zoning is not necessarily what you're looking at. You're looking at the future land use district, because that's going to stay even when the zoning district changes.
Let's hear from the applicant, and then we'll bring it back to more questions. I did forget to ask if there was any ex parte communications on this matter. Jim? Right.
Nothing is.
Nothing new. Nothing new.
Nothing new from Dan either, nothing from me also.
witnesses.
That's a good idea.
Including
Sarah?
Sarah. Anyone who's going to talk about any of the items today on the agenda, can you please stand, raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Everybody's going to talk about anything on the
Anything.
on the whole agenda. Okay.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Witness has been sworn, and you've already disclosed sex parts of
Thank
communication.
you.
Very
Okay. The applicant may approach.
There's the witness.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Well, it's good to be back, and glad to see you, and as always, I appreciate your time and your expertise and your efforts in resolving these matters. It's an important role, so I appreciate your time. I'm going to go through the presentation fairly methodically. Hopefully it won't be too redundant, but it sounds like a little bit of redundancy won't hurt too bad, so we can know if we're all on the same page. So, where's my...
Over there.
So as we said, working now? We're here for a case called 200 Pearl Street RPD. As it has been said, it's a residential plan development rezoning. The rezone request before you is for 5,600 square foot piece of property, which for this street is a little bit bigger than typical. They're typically along that street about 4,000 square feet, so this is kind of like a lot and a half there. To rezone it from residential conservation to a residential plan development, it allows, and the request is to allow for the redevelopment of the property with a 2-unit dwelling, 2,800 square feet under the pre-disaster build-back provisions. And as was mentioned, our last request was 3,000 square feet. And I'll go through our reasoning for the reduction and how we looked at that. It wasn't arbitrary. There was actually a purpose to the request. The property overview, as we said, 5,600 square foot lot. It's a residential structure, kind of built or at least moved from the Lani Kai area, the cottages in 1946. It's obviously not built to the current flood and building code standards, so that's part of this benefit of the re-disaster or pre-disaster build back, is that it would be moved up to those standards. It's not a historical structure, and it is a duplex rental property with a finished lower level floor and an upper level floor. And now, as Sarah mentioned, we had the property appraisers go out, because I know last time we were here, you guys really need the information about how much square footage is really there, and this is really the most official way we can do that. So part of the reason that it took us from November to today is because with the end of the year, to get the property appraisers out there to revisit property is a little bit of a chore, because they have a lot of end of the year deadlines for tax purposes that they need to meet. They came out the beginning of January. They can't enter the property, obviously, but enter the building, but they went around the property and acknowledged what was there and updated the living area. So as always, it's been listed on the lower left-hand corner. Oh, my little squares don't show up. That's okay. Well, I had a square here. So it's been listed with the property appraisers as a multifamily or 2-unit duplex for quite a while. What was adjusted was the actual living area and the square footage. It's creeped off the side of the page there, but what it says is the living area. So the total living area has been adjusted to reflect, fairly accurately what is there. There's actually still an enclosed porch area that they didn't count into that, but it's fine. So there's another couple hundred square feet on the upper floor that is listed as enclosed porch, but that's fine. It wasn't worth battling for all that, as it was to just get this updated to something that really made more sense to reflect what is truly there today. So this is a further detail of the living areas that was listed on the property price. So this is part of the building detail. As we said, it's been listed as a duplex for quite a while, an elevated duplex with 2 living units. The thing that was talked about with all the lock-off units, it's still kind of listed there. They're listed as separate apartments. The first four things on the list are listed as apartments, and they have a square footage attached to them. Those are actually bedrooms on the upper floor. We're not looking to hold on to that, talk about that, or do anything, but the property appraisers didn't update that because they can't go in, and there was no good way to update those things. So we're not trying to discuss that anymore. It's just a 2-unit duplex. I wanted to bring some clarification. Oh, that's how. Okay, cool. I would know PowerPoint by now, but there you go. I wanted to bring some clarity to the master concept plan. I know Mr. Hughes last time had a question, so I wanted to make this a little more clear. The master concept plan, site plan hasn't changed. The dark square is where the reconstructed house would be. The lighter square that I blew up in the corner is the accessory structure. So it's called an accessory structure, but what it would be is a patio, lanai, or pool, but it would not be an area under roof. So it's just a typical backyard for Southwest Florida with a pool or lanai, or some probably kind of screened-in porch area, but not a structure. So a lot of talk about the pre-disaster build-back policy. And I hope I have this correct in my understanding of the pre-disaster build-back policy, because there's two pieces to this future land use oriented category that require thought. One is this property eligible for pre-disaster build-back? And according to the policy, it is eligible for it. And it reads, the owners of existing developments that exceed the current density or height limits may also be permitted to replace for the same use at up to the existing lawful density intensity and up to the original square footage prior to a natural disaster. So that is what Ms. Plummer was talking about, that under this pre-disaster build-back policy, we're permitted to rebuild back to 1,052 square feet in a 2-unit duplex. The commercial part of the future land use category, because this is in a mixed-use residential future land use category, the commercial part that starts to get confusing is what allows us to ask for the deviation to add square footage above what is currently approved. So it says the town council may approve additional enclosed square footage only if an existing building is being elevated on a property that allows commercial uses. So that's the confusing part. So the comprehensive land use category only has to allow for that entire land use category the possibility of a commercial use. We're not talking about rezoning it to commercial. We're not even talking about if the property is appropriate for commercial to ever exist. That really isn't the point, because it's not. I mean, there's no point of trying to say that this is a property that would be appropriate for commercial uses, and we're not trying to make it commercial. But in order for any square footage to be allowed over and above that, it has to be in a land use category that does allow for commercial uses, and that's how this is completely legal and within your realm of authority to approve additional square footage and adhere to the pre-disaster build-back. We can all agree to disagree on if that's the proper use of it, and that's what I look forward to that discussion, but that is how we're making this request, and that's how it's legal for you to, or appropriate for you to accept the deviation and increase square footage if that would be your pleasure. So the public benefits, some of the public benefits of the RPD. So we are agreeing to conditions that are above and beyond the LDC requirements. It's kind of, I guess, in a way, kind of an exchange for the consideration of the deviation request for the additional square footage. So we agreed to enhance the buffers on the side yards. Not a lot, but as much as we could on there, to 8 foot instead of 7.5 foot, which is in the code. There will be no fill on the site. We agreed to that, so drainage and other things will not be affected to the neighboring properties. We are not going to increase any impervious surface. Not increase. We're going to limit the impervious surface to 60%. We would be allowed to go to 67% if we would build another type of structure like a single-family house. The building size, so the livable floor area is going to be limited to 50% of the lot size. So we kind of used a floor area ratio and looked at some of the other properties, and that's what I'll go into next. Typically, a floor area ratio is used for commercial intensities. We looked at that as, intensity is part of the concern here, so we looked at it in the same way. It's a 5,600 square foot lot, so we wanted to reduce the request to 2,800 square feet and keep us below many of the other neighboring properties that have been rebuilt to single-family or duplex properties, and I'll show you that in a second. The height, of course, maximum building height would be in compliance with 25 feet and 3 stories. So we looked at a few properties. Now, you may not like these properties, but they exist, and they exist right in the immediate area. We looked at the lot size, and we looked at the total square footage of the buildings. And typically, they're above the 50% ratio. So the one in the upper left there is a 3,500, almost 3,600 square feet of living area, and the lot is just about 6,700 square feet. The lower right, similar, 3,600 square feet, and the lot 6,700 square feet. So, and there's some more examples there. And so you can see we took some of those and looked at the 52, 53, 54%. There's some that are a little below. So we looked at the 50% and said, well, I think that's a pretty reasonable request for the lot size. So it wasn't completely arbitrary. We did try to use some comparables and make sense out of it. And we did listen. I mean, we know that you want it probably to be smaller. And ultimately, I think a lot of people want it to not be a duplex or a rental anymore. But that's not going to be the case. So we're trying to do the best we can and listen as well as we could. So I hope this part isn't confusing, but I wanted to do this and see what you guys thought. So typical lot on Pearl Street is around 4,000 square feet. There are some a little bigger, but for the typical lot, it's 4,000 square feet. This one's 5,600. So I started to look at how much of the percentage of living area to area of lot is there, kind of a floor area ratio, but just for a single floor. So most of the structures that have been rebuilt to current flood standards on the property have a square footage on their single floor that are about 30% of the lot area. And what we're requesting are 2 floors, but they're each only 25%. So we're just not trying to overwhelm the property. We're not trying to overwhelm the neighborhood, but we're trying to build something back that's financially feasible, makes sense, and for long term provides a great building in the neighborhood. So the public benefits of the building that would be constructed are, one, of course, it would meet floodplain regulations and be elevated. It would meet the coastal construction requirements. Obviously, it must comply with all current building life safety and ADA accessibility codes. We're not trying to exceed the lawful density intensity. And this is a big one, I think. It improves the safety. Now, I said appearance, so that's subjective. But I believe it improves the safety for sure, the appearance, I believe, of the property and the surrounding neighborhood. And the safety being that if there were a disaster, which is why we're trying to build back before that, I mean, this is what the pre-disaster was for. If there were some kind of disaster, this would be subject to probably a fairly easily destruction with a heavy amount of water. And that would create debris, other things in the area that would add damage to the other properties. So I think it's a significant safety advantage to have this rebuilt. We believe it's in direct compliance, as I went through with the intent of the build back provisions, understanding that we are asking for a deviation that goes a little bit beyond some of the original intent. We do acknowledge that, but we're trying to make enough benefits that we hope you see that it's reasonable. And we do think it codifies and puts to bed the discussion forever of the reduction in potential rental units or the lock-off units or the apartments, and it'll be truly just codified as a 2-unit duplex according to the zoning, never to be changed again unless somebody really wants to do a lot of work. So then we get down to the deviation request. So the deviation, LDC section 34, 32, 37, section 4. So it requires the total interior square footage of a rebuilt dwelling not to exceed the interior square footage of the original dwelling. So the original one's listed as 1,052 square feet. And to allow maximum of 2,800 square feet, approximately 1,400 square feet on each of the floors. So the summary of the request, which we didn't have the clear numbers on last time, is why I really made this slide and put in the effort of going to the property appraisal. So now we have the true number for the request. It would be an additional 1,748 square feet. That would be over the current.
You just said floors, I'm assuming you meant unit, when
Unit.
you said 1,400 square feet. You said 1,400 square feet per floor. I assume you meant per unit, right?
Yeah,
Just clarifying.
Actually, it's going to be 3 floors.
yeah, because it'd be the bottom with the
Right.
elevated and then the 1 unit, 2 unit on top of each other. So kind of using them synonymously, so apologize. So some of the deviation requests, so we believe this meets your criteria for granting a deviation because of the public benefit of the property, the public benefit of the building, the conditions that we're agreeing to. And we believe that the LCDC permits the approval of the deviation in the RC district. It's less residential intensity than many newer single-family homes and duplexes, and that's what I showed there, that some of these the single-family homes that are being built, they're even more massive buildings than what we're requesting. Not seeking to excessive square footage. We're really trying to request the reasonable square footage necessary for, one, to support the financial investment, and two, to afford that redevelopment of the property. And long-term, and this is just, to say this is something you just have to listen to because it isn't part of this rezoning, but Mr. Hoffman and Barb Cellini, the two owners, and Mr. Hoffman is here today, intend to at some point live there. In the meantime, the rental income is going to pay down some of the debt service on it, and then at some point they want to make this their home. So at some point they want to live in something that's a little bit bigger than a 600 or 700 square foot home. And so part of it's financial, part of it's their long-term desires to live here. To deny the request is to permit only the redevelopment of the very small units, and we don't think that's probably would be appropriate or complementary, and it would actually seem kind of oddly small building compared to some of the other ones that have currently been rebuilt. So we believe it's even the compatibility is there, and similar size of quality as the adjacent homes, particularly newer construction built to current standards. So that sums up the rezoning, that sums up the deviation request. Now, we do have 2 other items to discuss today, and they have to do with 2 of the conditions that were added, and we don't agree with them, so let's go through those. So we agree to all the conditions except condition 10 and 11. So one is, condition 10 prohibits any rental, period. Any circumstances whatsoever, which is pretty good, pretty funny. Strong language, but so we object to that. Obviously, it is, and this is the updated. It's actually, the property is fully registered. It's compliant with the short-term rental according to the process stipulations set forth by the Fort Myers Beach Rental Ordinance 1801 and LDC 32A, and it's been updated for this current year. So it's permitted, fully permitted to be a continuing duplex rental unit, and that is the intent, to continue that use. So what we often look for, if they're putting conditions, if there's conditions on us and conditions of approval, then it usually has to involve some type of inconsistency or incompatibility or detriment to the character, health, safety, or welfare of the neighborhood that will be met with a condition to prohibit these uses. And I don't like to put staff on the spot like that, but I mean, in the staff report, there was nothing, and I haven't heard anything yet, that would justify denying the rental units or having that as a condition that would be reasonable in a way that would show because it's inconsistent, incompatible, or a detriment to the character, health, safety, and welfare of the neighborhood. It's existed for a long time as a rental unit. Some people may not like it that it's a rental unit. That's a whole different discussion. But is it inconsistent, incompatible, or a detriment to the neighborhood? According to Land Development Code, I don't see anything that's listed that shows that it is. So we ask that that condition that you make a motion to approve the rezoning without that condition. And condition 11 is the individual sale of the dwelling units shall not be permitted either. Again, it would be a great piece of flexibility for that to allow that to happen in the future. We understand that staff objects and that this has been a,
That's number 13 on ours.
12 and 13 now under the.
oh, they redid the staff report? Sorry
Right.
about that.
10 and 11 are 12 and 13.
Correct, thank you,
Oh,
Dan.
sorry. That's
No,
okay.
that's what they
That's
were in
okay.
the original package.
Correct,
Yeah.
yes, okay. So again, with these, this one isn't as big of a deal, but it's still something they would love the option to be able to do. And we understand it is a condition that has been on some of the other rezoning approvals, but we would ask that it be eliminated as a condition for approval as well.
Just a clarification, could you help me just understand? So the condition would prevent the owner from selling like the second story?
Yeah,
and
kind
keep-
of like a condo, yeah, would be
From
like that.
condominiumizing and selling it separate.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, so I'm going to conclude with this last slide, and then Mr. Hoffman, who's the owner, would like to come up and say, I mean, just a couple minutes of words about it. I always think it's good to hear from the owner. And so I think staff recommends approval. We're also asking for approval. We're asking that the conditions, you said 12 and 13, not be part of the approval, but those be eliminated.
You had a note there that 5 and 6 are missing.
Yeah, in the original staff report, it went from 4 to 7. I know they fixed it now.
It still is like
We
that.
don't have any.
Oh, is it still like that? That's okay.
26.
I know, but it is missing 5 and 6.
Still is?
It's misnumbered.
Well, that's their combined.
But on page 25, it ends with number 4, and it goes to page 26, and it starts with 7. So 5 and 6 are missing, it's just misnumbered. So do
So-
we want to correct that and renumber them so that we can communicate properly, Jason?
Yeah, it appears,
Let's
you're correct, it
renumber
appears that 5
on
and 6 are
Page
missing.
26, starting with 5,
So basically 7 through 14 or 5 through 12.
6, just so we can
There must have been a-
talk about the right number.
So there's 12 conditions of approval, is my understanding. right?
Correct.
Yep, okay. And we're asking that 2 of them not be part of this approval, or the recommendation of approval. So we believe it's consistent with the comprehensive plans, goals, and objectives of the policies, and consistent with the LDC review criteria, and implements the pre-disaster build back and to improve the safety, compatibility, and quality of the development of this street and in the town. Now with that, before we get to the questions, I do want to give Eric a minute to share his thoughts about the property. And so Mr. Eric Hoffman.
Owner with Barb Slim, I think you met with last time we were here. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it due to a work schedule, but I just, Eric Hoffman,
Address.
5057 Rivermore Drive, Amro, Wisconsin.
Okay, thank you.
Just kind of want to say a few things. We've owned Pearl Street for a long time, as Barb had said. We're not trying to make something that doesn't fit in the neighborhood. We want to improve it, we want to make it better, we want to be part of the neighborhood. When we bought here 17 years plus ago, it was always our dream is to be on Pearl Street and or Fort Myers Beach for the rest of our lives. That's what this is about. We want to stay at 200 Pearl, we'd like to rebuild it. The predicament we're in right now is that if we don't rebuild it, it needs a lot of maintenance, and it's an old building. For us to take it as not being a duplex anymore and just build a single-family home is not economically feasible. To not have that extra unit, we'd be better off selling that place as a duplex and moving on to somewhere else. And then you're gonna have, who knows who's gonna buy it, who knows what's gonna happen with it at that point. They may just run it as a rental forever or whatever. So that's, excuse me. So that's what we're trying to accomplish in the big picture, is to have a place that everybody can be proud of, that we can utilize. When we talk about selling off half of it, we look at that as it eliminates rentals more than creates rentals. By not being able to sell off half of it, we'll be forced to rent it at that point. You know, so it's kind of a catch-22 for us there. Do we really want to have another neighbor? No, but at the same time, financially, to do this is the only way to make it really, you know, to be able to do it financially. Lose a unit isn't. That's where the comp. Pearl Street, but if, you know, we can't do this, because the way it's right now with the, being non-conforming, we're really limited to even being able to remodel it. So that's kind of, puts us in a position of what can we do and what can't we do? We can't go through and do a big remodel because of a non-conforming building. So that's kind of our predicament. So I guess that's where we're coming from. You know, I hope you can see what we're into here. We hope to be able to get this approved in one way or another. I'm not standing here beating my drum saying if we can't get this, you know, we don't have to have exactly everything in here, but this is what we're really looking for. There are some things like the rental, we can't take that off the table. I mean, that's just not financially, you know, doable for us. I mean, nobody's gonna say, all right, take away being able to rent a place, rent a rental district. That part has to stay. But we are flexible, we wanna talk, we wanna make it, you know, great for everybody, and we want to be betterment for Fort Myers Beach. You know, make it a brand new building that's got a lot more value than what this building has. This building, you know, is on the tax roll for whatever. I mean, obviously when we get done, it's going to be a lot larger tax roll number, which is going to improve everything in Fort Myers Beach. So that's kind of where we're at on it. Open to any discussion.
Jim?
Any further conversations with your neighbors since we last met?
We've tried. We've had a little bit. I've been around 3-4 times since the last meeting. Said hi to them. Nobody seems to want to engage on this topic. You know, we're more than willing to discuss anything. We're not trying to hide anything. We're trying to be as open as we can about it.
Eric, do you understand that, like, okay, your next door neighbor that's at 190 and you at 200 were the same buildings when they got moved there. Yep. There was a non-conforming unit built here. If your neighbor wanted to do a duplex like you're doing and just use the square foot that you have, yep, they could not do that. But because you have the non-conforming use, that's what the pre-disaster build back was made for, so that you could keep the 2 units at the exact square footage that they are, so that you could have those 2 units of what you bought and bring them into compliance. So if you tore down the house, you would only be able to, other than getting a variance here, you would only be able to build your single-family home. So it's a big ask to triple the square footage.
I understand that. It's also the means for us to be able to put a brand new building there versus not. I don't disagree it's a big ask, it's just that's where things work out for us to be able to do it. You know, if you told me, okay, and I don't know that the number really is gonna change that much, but, you know, we want to be able to have 3 bedrooms on each side. That's kind of what we're shooting for, whether it's a smaller 3-bedroom or not. You know, that's what we're really looking for. As far as the neighbor on 190, I talked to him about it, and he says, great, go for it, I hope you get it. That was his attitude. So I guess.
I was just trying to make the comparison of.
Yeah, I understand,
what they are.
and I understand what you're saying there. But at the same time, we're not gonna give up a unit. I mean, that's just not, you know, financially responsible for us to give up a unit. I mean, on the beach, a unit is worth whatever. I mean, why would we financially hinder ourselves in our future by doing that? That's what it comes down to.
Any questions?
Just a quick question. Under the conditions of approval, the staff has got the building coverage at 40%. I noticed you didn't ask about that or have any conditions of not wanting that, because you want 50% is what you're looking at, correct? The lot size versus the building size, 50% is what you're looking at, the 2,800?
Livable area, but
That's different, that's a
Is that a
different,
different,
yeah.
those are different figures.
One is a livable area and one is the footprint of the building. The footprint on the ground.
Okay.
The 40% is the footprint on the ground, the 50% is the square foot of the interior property.
From the public wish to discuss anything on this item? Sir, would you come up and give your name and address, please?
My name is Ralph Perry. I live at 149 Pearl. A couple of the things that I went through and I looked at was on page 2 of the staff report with regards to the pre-disaster setback. It's calling for the town council may approve additional enclosed square footage only if an existing building is being elevated on property that allows for commercial uses. As been stated in here before, we don't have any commercial use on Pearl Street right now. However, if you go back to page 15 of the staff report, under conditions of approval under schedule of uses, the last item says temporary uses permitted by right within the LDC. I'm concerned about that because that might allow for a commercial use within that property, putting in an office downstairs or something along those lines. Second point is with regards to the square footage, it's going from 1,052. My numbers were based on what the last report was, which was for 3,000. At that point, it was 2.8 times the increase. And if you look at it individually, the apartments themselves, the one upstairs is 762, and that was a 1.9% increase to the 1,500, which is a little bit less now with 14. But the lower unit is 292, which was almost 5 times an increase. So you're not comparing apples to apples on it. As far as the footprint of the land is concerned, or the house is concerned, as it sits right now, it's about 966 square feet, and they're asking to go up to about 1,475 square feet as far as the footprint of that building. So the one question I do have for you, you showed the property comparisons within, like on Virginia Street. Are those duplexes there, or are those single families?
I think a couple of them are single family.
They're all single family.
He can,
He can't go back and forth with them, but I can tell you that they're single family.
Okay, I'm sorry. The only other thing I can say is that right now, the properties on Pearl Street, approximately 50% of them are short-term rentals. Living there, it gets to be a nightmare at this time of the year because you've got constantly changing people, you know, more cars being parked. You know, while you're turning around and saying it's going to be a duplex and you're only going to have 2 cars in it, if it's going to be used as a rental unit, it's going to wind up probably having 2 to 3 cars if they're, you know, more than one family coming down. So, and my concern or my feelings with regards to this whole thing is because of all of the discrepancies that have been presented in the staff report and in the application, there's just too much to turn around and say yes to this at this time. Thank you.
Just ask one question, sir, just a quick question. This staff's conditions that they've added, you may not have a chance to see to all that. Does that allay any of your concerns, particularly the prohibition on renting the property? Does that change your opinion at all about this issue, or how do you feel about that?
Well, the staff report with regards to the rental, okay, for the short term, what's happening is if you turn around, if they build that, both units are going to be rented out over the majority of the time until they have opportunity to retire. That's my opinion.
Right, just so I understand, I think the staff condition prohibits that. Is that correct, Jason?
as proposed is correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay, but
So-
does that give you some comfort that the staff?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And then as far as the sale of the half unit, the question that I pose to that is if a pool is put in the backyard, what do you do with that if you split the property? You're selling just the house and not the land, or
You would have to condominiumize the property to sell it, no matter what, because you would have common ground. So that's how it's handled, but, okay.
Thank you.
Who else would like, did you have a question?
I would like to tell the gentleman that he expressed a concern about the uses, and the staff has recommended a specific condition that the uses will be limited and would not encompass some of the concerns you recited as to potential uses of the property. We can, under this type of zoning, attach conditions limiting and specifying the specific uses.
Okay. else like to speak? Okay, we'll close the public hearing.
I have a question about how you're renting it now. Has it always been just rented as a
You gotta
duplex?
talk to,
Or has it always been rented as, or has it been rented as a fourplex? I think you mentioned before that it had been rented as fourplex, or somebody had
when they
mentioned.
purchased it, it was a duplex.
So has it ever been rented as a fourplex?
We can't speak to that. I don't know what they've rented.
That would be appropriate. That would be appropriate as an applicant question.
Question? You'll have to come to the speaker. Eric Huffman.
Under my ownership, it has not. Prior to it, I believe it was, but under my ownership has not been other than a duplex. Right now, we have essentially,
Question for staff, Sarah or Jason, do you, under the condition prohibiting rentals, if they build 2 units, one on the second and one on the third floor, how would that work from a practical standpoint? Would they just sort of live in both then, or have friends and family live in the other? How would it work from a practical standpoint?
Well, it would. Doesn't like me. Here we go. They would have to own it, and then they could have, I know that they had spoken about having parents live in it previously, so the intent is, we don't have any requirements on long-term rentals. We have requirements for short-term rentals, which is 1 week and 1 month. We don't have any requirements on rentals beyond that. So it's not that they couldn't rent it out, it's that they couldn't rent it out as short-term. We don't have any regulations regarding long-term rental.
And under that definition of long-term, is that considered anything over a month?
I would have to look at
Long-term rentals are 6-month rentals.
6 months, all right, thank you.
I have a question, a follow-up to that. It says here, no rental of any of the units shall be permitted under any circumstance. But you just said it'd be okay if they did it long-term.
Yes, I realize that I will probably have to resolve that issue. Thank you.
Have we ever done this? Put a condition
Yes.
on a property? Can you give me an example?
Dillard.
Dillard, the one that got expanded at the.
And I know that another one was previously approved, although it was not built.
Any consequences with changing the rezoning down the road? We setting a precedence here?
Well, we're seeing a second.
This Dullard was the other example of where we changed it, correct?
Dillard was the other one where we did apply what the LDC says, not the LDC, I apologize, the comprehensive plan allows. So that was application of that. I don't know that it was previously done before that. Well, there was one done before that wasn't built.
But it wasn't built.
It
So,
wasn't one on like 100 Estero or something.
Right. It wasn't 100. Any other questions of Sarah or the applicant or Jason or anybody?
Have to give us some more help on what was the rationale for limiting the, or prohibiting the rental and sale of the units? Would you kind of help us on that?
I think that the concern was that because the neighbors had been very upset about these additional units, the additional unit being created, there was a concern that it was just creating an additional rental unit in the neighborhood.
I think the situation is that if they're going to increase, like the Dillard property, that was all supposed to.
There was no separate sale.
So that's, if if we're going to go outside the box of a disaster build back, he couldn't get what he's asking for anyway, because it doesn't fall into the pre-disaster build back.
They're renting it now. I mean, why are we so troubled about that?
Well, but the point is, they're asking for 3 times what they have, and the pre-disaster build back does not allow that. It's to the square footage and intensity and density.
Isn't in a pre-disaster build back about renting or not renting?
No, but that's
Okay.
the point. I agree with you, but the point is, I don't think that if we're following the pre-disaster build back, then we don't allow extra square footage. Otherwise, they couldn't get 2 units.
Well, it's the argument, you know, they're saying that, and the staff is saying under the exception for the commercial, since it's an RC category, allows commercial in that district. So you can reduce or increase intensity if you meet that requirement. What if they could, let me ask, if they could tear this down and build a single-family home on this property, how many
Whatever
interior
fits inside the
square foot?
box.
Huh?
Whatever fits inside the setbacks. They can build 3 stories up, or they can wedding cake it and go higher to 4 stories.
Probably be more than what they're asking here, wouldn't it?
Certainly, but
All right.
that's following the rules. They're asking for an exception, and it's a big ask.
And are you saying that it's a violation of the comp plan 4B3?
I don't think that they should.
I agree. I was against the Dullard thing from the, you know, I was never
We all voted
swayed.
it down.
And I just can't wrap my head around it.
I agree. I mean, I think the basis for that was to be able to keep what you have when you bought it and bring it up to code. And add square footage for handicap accessibility, et cetera, to bring it up to today's codes. So yes, you know, some square footage would be allowable, but 1,748 feet is a big ask. And so there would be conditions to, you know, to get that. But I don't agree with the conditions. I don't think that's fair either. I think it's stupid to allow a duplex that you can't use other than for family.
That's not realistic at all. I mean, there's no sense, if you're gonna attach that condition, we might as well deny it, because it's impractical.
Okay with doubling, I mean, if you have to go up now, obviously, and you've got a certain square footage, like 1,000, would you be okay with that extra 1,000 on the, above it?
Well, I think that's more de minimis. I mean, that is sense in the ask,
Right.
but because, you know, 400 or 700 square feet is not adequate living space in today's world for most people. For rental space, it's great, but for most people,
Is a smaller space something that the applicant would consider?
We would. Kaufman, yeah, I mean, we're open to discussion. I mean, like I said, I'm not trying to close the door on anything here. It's just what becomes economically feasible and how far down the, you know, how small can we get it? That's where the challenge comes in. You know, our lifestyle, the way we wanted to do it was a 3-bedroom. And, you know, I guess that is where I kind of came up with that square footage. Would 1,300 work? Probably. You know, if it was 1,300 a side, so that's 2,600. Could we make that work? Probably. You know, that would be, you know, whatever I mean, it's up to you guys on where you feel that we should be going with this. You know, you get too small and then it's just not economically feasible to do it.
And your intent is to go 3 stories with it?
Yes, and everybody's saying layered. I would probably actually look at doing more of a side-by-side. So you didn't have noise transfer from upper to lower. Same size building, just I would probably go, stairway up to the second floor. You've got one on the, call it the second floor. You'd have your main living space, a master bedroom on that floor, 2 bedrooms above.
That was gonna be my next question, is if you had a layout in mind of what you were thinking about for each space, for each floor.
Only to the fact of I've kind of drawn some things up, just, trying to see what would fit square footage wise. We haven't gone to an architect because obviously that's a lot more money than what we've already spent here. So I'm trying to, I don't want to go spend another $10,000 on an architect that is firewood after it's done. So yeah, I mean, I've drawn some stuff on paper. It'll probably be a little bit of a layered build is what I was thinking, because if you go, on the first floor, if you got a master and where we're at, obviously we started at 1,500, I said 1,400. It was probably more of an ask than we probably should have, and that's why we went down to the 1,400. Just to, I drew some things out, I think we can, that would work.
I just want to commend the staff for putting these conditions on, and I don't think they're impossible, particularly if a long-term rental is defined as 6 months or more. It is more difficult, but it's also more stable for the neighborhood, and if they're making this significant ask, I think they need to offer a concession. I think the staff was right to put those conditions on. So unless this, either we reject it based upon its overall premise and precedent that it's set, but if we do accept it, I do appreciate the conditions that the staff have put forth, and I recommend that we continue to apply them.
Okay. I am not opposed to the, that the units cannot be subdivided into condominiums, because it wouldn't have been able to be built without this, and so it should stay contained, instead of adding another homeowner to that lot that is already smaller than would be permissible. But I think that if you have a duplex, you have to have rental use, and 6-month or annual rentals would be appropriate if you're going to if you're going to accept this as viable. Yes, Dan?
I don't disagree with that, but Jane, I think they've opened the door some negotiation here. Let's see what we can do, get this resolved. Has anybody got a number? I don't know enough about architectural design to know what.
Condominiums are all 1,000 square feet or 900 with that 100
Right.
100
But
square
how many
foot.
of those are 3-bedroom?
Well,
The
that's
3-bedroom
point.
is the.
That's the concession.
Well, I think you can still get a 3-bedroom home in something smaller than 1,400 square feet. So you can achieve what it sounds like we're trying to do and what they want to do, whether that's 1,200 or 1,300. That could be argued one way or another. I mean, you're going to have smaller bedrooms, but it's still feasible to do it. I'm going back to the conditions, number 10, I don't know if I'm 100, I mean, they're using it as a duplex now. Granted, the size is going to increase, but taking away something that they're already using, I don't know if I'm 100% behind that number 10.
Well, that's why I said long-term rentals.
Yeah.
It gives them an option to at least rent it,
Yeah, I mean,
stabilize the.
I would feel more comfortable in the 1,200 to 1,300 square foot area as opposed to 1,400 square foot. Just my opinion.
I came up with, if you take 1052 and you add 20% for ADA and wider everything, 20% up, that comes out to 2530, which I guess you could round up to 26. Would 1,300 be big enough? Yes, sir.
If you double it, you're still giving them, if you just double the square footage they
You
have.
got to remember, you're going up. You're not going out. You're going out a little bit, but
Well, condos are very easy to live in 1,000 square feet.
I'm trying to find. So we can agree to disagree, but where can we come together and all agree?
Bedroom condos, the typical condos, a two-bedroom are about 900 to 1,100 square feet. 2 bedrooms with 2 baths and a kitchen.
He has a 1-bedroom now and a 2-bedroom now.
Bedroom and a 3-bedroom.
Where's your living room in the upstairs? So where's the bedroom in the kitchen? The 3rd bedroom, the 2nd bedroom in the kitchen?
Mark Hoffman, you come in, there's a living room, goes over to the kitchen, there's a bedroom behind the kitchen, and then there's 2 more bedrooms.
Bedroom behind the kitchen. You know, what, 2 bedrooms? You walk through 1 bedroom to get to the next bedroom. So there's 2 bedrooms.
Droplet for the record, I do know at least on the property appraiser, the 1 bedroom they were talking about, there's a hall, and I've been in there, and you make a right into 1 bedroom, right into another, and then you walk into another one. It is listed as enclosed porch. It's been enclosed for a very long time, but it's listed on the as an enclosed porch. It's on the south side of the house that has the deck in front of it, that used to have stairs at one point, and doesn't anymore. So that's where there are 3 usable bedrooms that are nice size up there, you know, but, or decent size, but that's how that's listed.
I look at, 1,100 square feet or just over, you can get a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, decent sized master. To allow for that 3rd bedroom, you need at least another 100 square
I
feet.
know, but we aren't responsible for designing what they want to do inside. They're asking for triple the square footage. And we need to see what is de minimis, what is reasonable. And under the pre-disaster build back, it's exact. So to give double is minimus to me, if at all. I mean, that's a big give to me.
Scott, what was your suggestion again?
Taking the 1052, adding 20% for ADA compliance, and then rounding it up to the next 100, which comes out to about 2,600.
Well, we're taking a 700,
Versus 28, which they're proposing.
a 652 unit upstairs and giving it 350 square feet in the give, and the 476 square feet downstairs, we're over doubling it. So you can count your ADA in there.
Where's your sweet spot, Jane?
I'm just saying doubling is a minimus to me.
So anything over double?
I have a
Even
problem
doubles?
doing it at all.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
that's good at it.
Come-
Kaufman, when they counted the square footage, I don't think they counted that back bedroom right now.
Mm-hmm.
Footage wouldn't add up for what our platform is. It's not, obviously not 600 and some square feet on the first floor. It's 900 and whatever. So that is a little bit misconstruing. We actually, if you took that square footage, it would be more in line.
Reason they didn't add that was because there's no permits?
No, because they didn't go into the building. They went to the
Yeah.
outside, and it's,
Because the county has it listed as a 2-bedroom, so that's why they don't count. They probably didn't count that.
What's the footprint of the existing house? It looks like it's 46 by 18 roughly. I'm just thinking if you were to, say you were just going to redevelop the inside of the house, assuming you could do it in the existing footprint, how many square feet that would give you? That's where I'm looking at now to see what those numbers would be. But it looks like it's like 18 by 46 roughly, not including the patio up back, just the actual footprint of the house.
Well, it's here, so we have to use this as,
Let's see, 30, 828.
So, times 2. Trying to figure out how we can get to a number that everybody's happy with. You see what I'm saying, though? If he was to gut the inside of that upstairs, it's now going to be 100 square feet more than what they actually consider you have, or they count it as what you have. So when you're at 1,600 versus 1,052, it makes a big difference.
does anybody Want to make a motion?
I will. Get it. See if we can't.
Before we do that, I think we have to, there's number 10 and 11 and 12 we need to hash out, because
Yeah.
I'm not gonna approve anything that prohibits short-term rental at all. I don't
I'm not
care.
going to put a $500 fine on anything either.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that either. And
So let's
Doesn't-
take it, number 10, how do you feel about changing it from no rentals to annual rentals?
You're saying you would not approve,
I don't like the town, I just think we're entering an area where a government body should not prohibit property rights, and that's a big prohibition on a property right. And I think the applicant agrees with that. Am I correct?
Pearl is a weekly rental? Great.
I'm very flexible on the number as we try to compromise on the square footage, but I respectfully disagree. I agree with you in principle, Scott, but when they're coming in and asking for something special, I think they need to offer a concession. And given what we've heard from the neighborhood over the last few hearings, I think that's a reasonable concession to limit it to annual rentals or at least long-term rentals. And I would need that in order to support this compromise on the square footage. I'm willing to give on the square footage number, but I think that restriction on rentals, given what we've heard from the neighborhood, I think is very important.
Fair enough.
Rentals completely, or
Long-term.
Just allow long-term rentals. Yeah.
So is long-term to most people 6 months and 1 day or annual rental?
That's 6 months,
Okay.
because anything over 6 months, you don't
So
have a
let's
choice to have.
change the no rentals to 6-month minimum. Is that agreeable to y'all? From no rentals to 6-month minimum,
Can I make a suggestion?
certainly.
it says no short-term rentals. No short-term rentals,
Okay.
yeah.
Scott, when we do that?
But if we identify, short-term rentals can be a 6-month renter.
And we know
Let's
what
ask the
short-term
applicant.
rentals means.
Are you guys okay with no short-term, long-term's okay?
From no to something? You have to come to the, sorry.
That would, how shall I say, that'd be very financially inhibiting. This property would be stuck with that forever. We're on a street of weekly rentals. We're not on a street of monthly rentals. We've,
Asking for you to give us something back to help us get there.
but he's also giving the public something that they currently don't have. So you got to look at it that way as well.
I'm gonna be making a substantial investment in this building that's gonna make it a better place. It's gonna raise tax revenue. It's gonna beautify the neighborhood. It's gonna make it conforming, and gonna be putting a lot of money into doing that. It's already currently rented as a short-term rental. The impact is not gonna be any different than what it is now at the end of the day.
Only if you get short-term rentals. Right now, you have no rentals.
We did not want to have that stipulation on it for the rentals.
So if you're not willing to budge on that, is there
Yeah, I
any?
mean, you realize the town is saying no rentals. We're trying to find that halfway spot. We're trying to find that common ground. You can't help us with that?
I would, go ahead.
Well, monthly will turn into weekly, so.
Well,
Pay anybody.
If the whole neighborhood knows, they're gonna be calling code enforcement every other day.
All right, let's go to number 11 and see if we can
Wait,
resolve that one.
with all due respect, can we agree on a month? Can you agree on monthly rental?
I just fear that if you go to 6 months, I agree that they should give something. I think if you go to 6 months, you're almost just forcing them into an annual.
Well, 6 month gives them ability to do if they have a 4-month rental, they can put them in there and block the other 2 months. They can still have a short-term rental.
I don't
and
think,
block it for the 6 months.
I don't think a 6-month rental on that street is a very practical.
We are in a short-term rental district, that's,
But
Well, we're not asking you to, but you're asking for a lot. They're saying no, and we're trying to give you something, and you're saying I can't accept that. So we can't resolve this one right now yet. Let's move on and see if we can resolve the next three. And, you know, it may not be important. Okay, on the individual sale of the dwellings shall not be permitted under any circumstances whatsoever. Can everybody agree to that? That is okay?
Yeah, I'm okay with number 11.
Okay, so they can't condominiumize it and sell it off separately. And where does everybody stand on the violation of these conditions will be resulting in a $500 per day per fine? What is the minimum violation should be start amount that is in our charts, or do we just now go to 500?
Again, we've talked about this issue, is when somebody's asking for something and deviations and other considerations. Code enforcement or staff time, then we've generally been including that condition because it's not a basic run-of-the-mill type of enforcement issue. There's the ordinance to follow, there's other things to take in consideration. So that doesn't answer your question, but that's why we've continued to include this for your consideration in these types of situations.
I don't know that it matters too much because the town council just reduces the fine anyway.
Right.
They just reduced the $90,000 fine to $900.
Yeah. Well, I would feel comfortable reducing it to $100. Anybody comfortable with that? $100?
I have a question.
Sure.
In talking about these violations per day, and this goes to all of the different things we have, every condition on here that we're asking them to agree for is, other than one or two, are basically in the design concept and the construction phase that are all subject to stop work orders. We're done. I mean, if they're in violation, there's a stop work order, end of story. The only ones that are really considered that would be a fine for any length of time would be if they get into, and we say, for example, on number 10, that we only allow 6 months rentals, and we find out they've been doing weekly rentals or monthly rentals.
Right.
That's a long period of time where this $500 fine would accumulate.
Right.
But as far as the rest of these items we have on here, as far as our conditions, that $500 fine is not going to really accumulate very much.
So you're happy with 500?
I'm happy with the 500, based on the fact that a lot of these things are in the design and construction phase.
I would be happy with 100 for the first instance, and then after that, 500. But I will not put $500 on anything, frankly.
I'll be okay with a warning first.
Well, it should be a warning. We haven't figured that out in this town yet, but a warning.
I like that, yeah.
Warning, 100,
That
500?
sounds good.
All right, we changed that to first, warning, 100 on the second offense. Okay, everybody all right with
Wait a
that?
minute, what are you suggesting?
A warning on the first one, being told you're doing something wrong.
Wait,
On the first,
sorry, I couldn't hear you.
if there's a violation, the first one would be a warning, you're doing something wrong. The second one would be $500 a day, and the third one would be $500 a day.
All right, well, that's,
It would be
know,
nice to put warning in there.
it's something that you know, this is, I know this is a thing with you, Jane.
500 is,
It brings it up every time
Yep.
we have it. It's something I think haven't we asked the council to take a look at this?
yeah,
So
but
that
their
we're not
response is correct.
quibbling about how much a violation, which is so such an irrelevant issue to what we're trying to accomplish here today with these people. To me, we should have a standard that is acceptable to us, so we don't have to be
Agreed.
talking about this.
This assumes
at
that they're gonna do something wrong instead of live by what is in the rules, and that's the frustrating part of it. But it's because they're asking for something, we have to put conditions down. So this is one of the conditions the staff has put, so we have to either take it out, change it, or accept it.
I like I'm just saying, I'm fine with your suggestion. I'm just making a general comment that we need to resolve this so we're not hassling about it every time we have a variation or a special exception.
So our only thing that we're still discussing at this point, besides the square footage, is the rentals at all, either no rentals or what?
I would suggest a compromise, which has been discussed. And no rental of any unit of less than 30 days.
I agree.
I agree with Dan as well.
In the spirit of compromise, I'll always try to work with my colleagues, but living in a condo that has a monthly rental restriction, the proliferation of deviators, if you will, is immense, and that it gives me pause. But in the interest of compromise, I'll support that.
Well, and that's why we're giving this violation condition in writing, so that they know that in advance, so if they choose to violate it, they know what the consequences will be.
Okay.
So we're going to go from no rentals to 30-day rentals. That's the majority feeling that way? Yes, a nod?
Remember, this is our recommendation to town council. You'll be able to
Write it down and-
bring that up with them, but we want to get the ball moving.
Fred Drovlik for the record, and we appreciate this discussion from where we were in November. I mean, I really appreciate your thoughtful consideration of this, and we will,
But
go ahead.
while the applicant is here, and he wasn't here for the other hearings, your neighbors are not living in concert with your renters. So anything you could do to help alleviate that would be much appreciated. I know you weren't here to hear it in person, but hopefully you're hearing this today. You're causing a lot of concern in your neighborhood in terms of how you're renting. Whatever you could do about that would be much appreciated.
So have we come to a consensus on the square footage? We're not designing how many bedrooms and baths and whatever he wants to put in there. We're talking about what is the de minimis, is what we are to come up with that would be appropriate for giving him more square footage than is allowed in the pre-disaster build back.
John, did you start to say you had a suggestion a while back and then things kind of went?
Well, I think that it may be the discussion that evolved, I think, is a function of how maybe the staff report is written, where it talks about the pre-disaster build back at the front of the staff report, when really that should be toward the end with the deviation and with you all are approving a zoning for this property that has its own conditions. And so that's really what you are now currently discussing. And so it would be, the process would be to grant, presuming, we'll move it forward with a recommendation of approval to rezone, subject to the conditions that are stated in the staff report, together with the modifications that you all have discussed, and then discuss whether or not the deviation, you're granting the deviation. I think that the issue of the pre-disaster build back was more of an informational. It's not that you're necessarily applying it. You are indirectly in the context of the deviation, because they're asking for more square footage. And that's where it kind of comes into play, if that makes sense.
But isn't it true that they would not be able to get it without that?
That is correct. That's the
So-
purpose of the deviation.
Okay.
Has there ever been any discussion, this is just for my information, about adjusting the pre-disaster build back
Go
to?
away.
Well, no. The context of that was the joint meeting between the LPA and the council was to create a more definable sliding scale of some sort so that it was this discussion, because right now you're picking a number, right? And it was to assist in that process, whether it was reduction of density or other conditions, as you've seen that are proposed, reduction in impervious areas, those types of things that could equate to a number. That was really what the discussion was. So that's being drafted. It's just as
It just
comes
seems to
forward.
make sense. I mean,
Well,
these are going to keep
downside-
coming up.
The downside to that, obviously, which that'll get vetted when we bring that forward to you and the council, the downside to that is it basically fixes a ratio, fixes a formula. There's no going around that, really, is what I think the intent or discussion was, but we haven't gotten to that point yet. But right now, it's not limited, as you've mentioned. It's your judgment on what they're offering in exchange, essentially.
The other issue is that we don't want the Dillard case to become a precedent in doing what they did and allowing what they got. And the difference between the Dillard property and this property was that there was 2 buildings, 1 building, or no, 2 buildings. They had 4 buildings, and we're going to reduce to 2 buildings. And it couldn't be sold out, and couldn't be rented.
For our discussion, it's the same thing. Ultimately, I know you want to differentiate between it, but it's reducing density is a question. It's an increase in square footage in the amount of space per the deviation. They got a deviation, it's the same request. How much you allow more than what's already permitted on site, that's your debate, obviously. So for us, you have to weigh, we're asking that you weigh what's been offered versus what's been requested.
Doubling this for
The square footage
How
based
about
on the lead
2,200?
property appraisers is 1,052.
1,052.
You still need to add a percentage, and we've wrestled with that percentage for ADA and wider
I
hallways
think
and
we have,
doorways.
from the 600 to 1,000 per floor. That's a big add. And from 400 to 1,000 is a big add. They can add all the add all the handicap accessible space they need in there. Then they can just decide how many bedrooms and baths they want to fit with their design. But the de minimis is the question.
Yeah.
Square footage, doubling it, the tax roll had it at 1,052, to double it to 2,100. Are you comfortable with that number or any other number?
Yes, I was going to suggest 2,200, 1,100 each, and you came up with 2,100, so I like yours even better.
Well, it gives a reason for the number.
And we're
It doubles
saving,
the space.
we're saving them money because we won't have to spend so much money on building this thing.
Yeah.
Okay?
Anybody else feel comfortable with that number, or
I think that's a good compromise, plus it gives us a
a
guide.
better guide than just picking a number out of the hat? Anybody
It's a
wanna-
reasonable size. I mean,
Right.
it's.
Anybody want to make a motion?
I will, I have one other question, though. When we make a motion here, I'd like to ask this of the staff. On page 19 and following, there's considerations and findings, and a lot of those to me are not relevant or whatever. Do we have to incorporate those, or can we just incorporate conditions of approval here?
Yes, we do.
You would make a determination, or in your motion, assuming that it's for a recommendation of approval is that you, based upon the evidence and testimony presented here this morning, that the applicant meets the criteria in the code for the granting of the requested rezoning, subject to the following conditions, consistent with the staff report and the comprehensive plan and the code.
You have to find the findings to give the variance,
Well,
or the,
what I was a little confused about, which is the heading there on page 19 is considerations and findings. Some of those, I think, are considerations and some are findings. Are there any that are mandatory findings that we have to make here, in addition to the conditions of approval?
I would note that Section 3485 of the comprehensive plan says that town council shall consider these. So these are all things.
Yes, we only have to consider them, right.
So that's part of your
And we have
decision-making.
considered them.
Right, I think
The
that's what
question is, my question is, in actually approving it, the resolution of approving it, do we incorporate them or not?
The code requires you to make a determination that the applicant has met all of the criteria that is in the land development code to be entitled to rezoning. So to the extent that in the staff report, staff has identified
skipping the numbers again.
5,
Change
6,
that
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 criteria. Sorry, let me make sure. 12 criteria, starting on page 19 through
4.
Well, for the rezoning through
The deviations and conditions that need to be in the,
page 23.
yeah.
Is on page 23, the middle of page 23 through to page 24, talk about the pre-disaster issues.
Okay, if we're going to use those, we need to renumber these also. For some reason, there's a glitch with the 5 and the 6. So on page 20, under 4, 7 is 5, and number through 10. I think there's a correction that needs to be made, in my opinion, on the, where did it go? On the findings in number 3, I think we should cross out a line.
Again,
The
hold
reducing,
on. Wait, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I do. Staff report is staff report. It's the conditions that you all have the ability to modify. Staff has presented their report. To the extent that you determine, and this is what you're here for, it's not necessarily just the staff report. It's based upon the evidence and testimony presented here this morning. Do you all find that the applicant has met the criteria as set forth in the code and rephrased in the staff report? Whether or not you agree 100% with the staff report, you may not agree with it, but if you deem that the applicant has met the criteria, then it would be appropriate to say they have met the criteria.
but if we're going to address the conditions, I thought that the numbers should be correct.
Well, I'm sorry, the conditions are, however you want to identify them.
They're just
And I
not numbered
apologize.
correctly. That's why I was just suggesting that we number them so we can say 1 through
Okay.
10 instead of 1 through 12, and 5 and 6 don't exist. Okay. Did that answer your question, Dan?
Yes, I don't think we have to then articulate the all that language. I'm going to take a stab at it. I move in case number DC 1201906-90046 that we approve or recommend to the town council approval of the rezoning the property from residential conservation, RC, to residential plan development, RPD, to permit the development of a two-unit residence, subject to, or having considered and met the criteria set forth in the staff report, and subject to the conditions as set forth in the staff report commencing on page 25 of the package, with the following modifications to the staff report on page 26, number 9, which is reading number 7, reduce 2,800 to 2,100, and I don't know what that percentage would be now, whatever that percentage is, whether that's, is it necessary, do we even have it there? I mean,
No,
Just-
Yeah.
moving forward, the staff will
Adjust that.
revise that
Yeah,
number.
right, the big thing is the number of square feet, and so, changing that number 7, 28 to 21, changing number 12, which is reading number 10, to read that no rental of any units less than 30 days shall be permitted. Insert less than 30 days. And that's my motion.
Number 12, did you want to change the condition for warning
Oh,
first
yeah,
offense?
and 12, whatever Jane Plummer wants to put in there.
Excuse me. For first offense, it would be a warning. Second offense would be $100 a day. Third offense would, and continue from there on, $500 a day was what was brought up. Is that in agreement with you, Dan?
Yes.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any discussion? Call a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Approved unanimously. Thank you. Okay, moving to.
And just for it's proposed for March. I'm not sure, I
Oh,
don't recall
that'll
which
be
day.
in
but
March, guys?
There's 2
As you're
meetings
going
in
out the
March.
door?
We'll coordinate with them.
Eric?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
know, I think.
Okay.
But just for the public, it'll be one of the meetings in March, which is either the 2nd or the 13th.
Okay, we're moving to, 2 is no longer on our agenda, so we're moving to 3 for a permanent shared parking lot for the address of 1510. Everybody find that in their package, starts on page,
191.
there we go.
And, Sarah will start, but it's the representative for the applicant is also the gentleman that just presented to you as a representative, so he'll have to come back shortly.
Okay, before we start, is there any ex parte communication that needs to be done, Dan?
None.
Bye-bye.
Drive-by, Scott?
Drive by.
This is 10, okay, none on me.
Drive-by.
All right, so, whoever wants to start?
Well,
Oh,
I guess I shouldn't say none. If I still disagree with it being a communication to drive by. I didn't know
Yeah,
that
it
driving
isn't
by
a-
is a
it isn't a
communication, so.
communication. You're right.
But needless to say, I have driven
Looked at
by
the
the property about 2,000 times.
yeah, this week.
Yeah,
Okay.
I crawled by it, just going very fast.
Okay, I need to just talk louder. Okay, Fred Drovlik, agent for the owner of 1510 Estero, Amy and George Markovich, have applied for a special exception for a shared parking lot on a property zoned downtown and for 5 variances. A shared parking lot may be considered. 5 variances are from section 10416C2, which requires landscaping internal to the parking lot, D2, which requires a 15-foot wide buffer around the parking lot, to instead provide a 5-foot exterior buffer with a 4-foot high fence and 18 shrubs per 100 linear feet adjacent to the residential properties. And I would also note that that's adjacent to the residential properties at the rear of the property and to the side. It's not shown that way on the site plan, but I've spoken with the applicant and he concurs that that needs to apply there also. A 10-foot wide buffer with 18 shrubs per 100 linear feet adjacent to Estero Boulevard. 5-foot buffer with 18 shrubs per 100 feet adjacent to Avenue C. And then the final variance to section 10-285, which requires 125 feet of separation between entrances on side roads to allow a 40-foot separation. The applicant is also available to answer any questions.
I have a question. When you go to a permanent, it says, let's see, permanent parking, shared parking. Does that mean that's the only thing that's, or can it be redeveloped?
So they're asking for the special exception to allow the permanent shared parking. They're not changing the underlying zoning. So the underlying zoning remains downtown. They're asking for the special exception for the specific use of shared parking.
At a later date, they could
come back redevelop
with
to
a
anything
CPD.
that is permitted, or just anything that's permitted in the downtown zoning district, which is the most allowable uses of any zoning district.
Busy here today.
Their staff's so helpful coordinating my schedule.
That's good.
Yeah, it's very sweet
Happy
of
we
them.
could accommodate.
Yeah. So my name's Fred Drovlik, for the record, and I'm a planner from Waldrop Engineering, and we're representing Amy Markovich, the owner of the piece of property at 1510 Estero Boulevard, to request a special exception for, and a variance, and 5 variances actually, for a shared parking lot at that location. I won't spend too much time on the location, but I am just going to go through the slide presentation I have because I do know that, clarity is important for all of us. So I will go through this, even though, like Mr. Hughes said, you've all been past this quite a bit. So overall, the location is about a quarter mile from Times Square. It abuts beach access number 34, and that'll be in one of the pictures. We'll show you the beach access place. It's within 250 feet of the Lonnie Kai, a bike sale and water sports rentals shop, and more than a dozen other restaurants and shops roughly. So, and it's in a great spot to serve as a shared parking location. The property overview is it's approximately 0.42 acres, or just about 18,000 square feet, on the southeast corner of Avenue C and Estero Boulevard. It's part of the pre-platted subdivision of the Crescent Beach subdivision, particularly lots 2, 3, and 6. It's zoned downtown and designated within the pedestrian commercial future land use category. So in one of the pictures there that I pulled off of, and this is just a Google Street View of it, but it's kind of cool because it shows such a wide panoramic view. That's what it what has been used for years, what it looks like now. Some of the highlights of that are that it's paved from wall to wall. I mean, right from the sidewalk to Estero Boulevard all the way to Avenue C. On the right side, it was no landscaping, nothing. So obviously this is going to be some type of improvement to the piece of property. The way it is now, it's already been improved to an extent. So the site's been cleared and remediated in 2018. It's currently vacant. The picture's there from about a month ago, and it looks the same now. So it's been cleared of everything except a few slabs, a little bit of concrete on the site.
The remediation.
Yeah, tank's gone, all that.
All clear chemicals.
Yeah, they quite an investment in this piece of property to get it back up to where it is today. And honestly, in the meantime, they just want to do something that I think fits in the comp plan really well. It's in a great spot, and have a little cash flow until someday maybe it's something different. But in the meantime, it's, yeah. And I think it's great. It's that beach access 34. You just go back Avenue C. Just beyond this property is where it accesses. That's where the parasail and the shops are right there. And there's no really, there's a parking lot right across the street that's a little bit smaller that fits, but this is another, high demand area that you can get to the beach in an easy way, and this is a great spot for that location to serve that beach access point. The special exception request specifically is, and what I like that, and you guys know this, but just for the benefit of the public and other people, that a special exception is a use, and this is from the code, that may not be appropriate generally or without restriction throughout the entire zoning district, but when controlled, it promotes the public health, safety, welfare, order, comfort, convenience, appearance, and prosperity, and may be permitted. So that's what we're here in front of you today, is that it's assumed that in most places in this district, this is an okay use, but we need to come in front of you guys in case there's special conditions that need to be applied to make it consistent and appropriate for the place that it's being requested. And that's what we're here for today, is to work out those kinks in the request and make sure that we are making a well-done and redeveloped property. So specifically, we're trying to convert a vacant lot, currently vacant, to a low turnover permanent shared parking lot, as according to the land development code that I have notated up there. So this would be a daily use, and as you'll see later in the conditions, there's no things that have to do with this lot that make it not only a low turnover, but a detriment to the neighborhood. The use itself is permitted as a principal use of a parcel of land if approved as a special exception. So that's what we're asking here today. Again, as Sarah said, not changing the underlying zoning, but making it a permanent and principal use as a special exception for a shared parking lot. The downtown zoning district includes permanent shared parking lot as a permitted retail use and is considered open in this district. So we comply with the LDC for this request. The next one shows the surrounding zoning and land uses. So again, zoning was downtown, future land use, pedestrian, commercial. The surrounding uses, you can see there, there's condominiums to the north, multifamily residential to the south, and all these duplexes, single-family houses, they're all owned by LLCs. It doesn't necessarily mean they're rentals, and it doesn't really matter. Just there are all kinds of different uses. But so all I did was look at how they're listed and what use, and see either single-family duplex. But the ones along the beach are multifamily rentals, and they actually have a license under the ordinance for short-term rental. To the east, 2 single-family residences. That's here. That's where Sarah mentioned it. On the site plan, we didn't show a buffer, but we fully agree that we need to. And the west parking lot and a duplex resident. So the site plan that we show, pending approval, we're designing this as a limited review development order here. And so this is the site plan that we're working out of now. It would show 43 low turnover spots. We would be closing the entrance onto Estero Boulevard. So that, it's part of the requirement of the code, and we're acknowledging that and closing the entrance onto Estero. Because of that, then, because of really the only design that works is a horseshoe that goes on Avenue C. So because of that, there's a few deviations on connection separation for that. So there you go. We don't intend to not be pavement, but it would be a gravel or crushed shell surface, something like that, that's consistent with the low turnover lot. So some of the public benefits for redoing this. One is closed entrance onto Estero Boulevard. That's always better for everybody traveling up and down the beach. Beach access. There's beach access number 34, and this is a perfect spot to park there and walk a couple hundred feet to the beach. Drainage, we have to bring it up to current code. So I think that'll help with water runoff and treatment. Environmental, it's been remediated to the gas station site and the tank removed. Much better for everybody this close to the water. So a buffer, just because of site design and because we know it's appreciated, there's we know some of the code and the thoughts on these shared parking lots may be the 5-foot buffers. For the most part, we're able to provide 10 feet on Estero Boulevard to give a little extra room there. The impervious surface, so we're moving large areas of pavement all along Avenue C, all along Estero Boulevard, and then bringing it up to current code for impervious surfaces. And obviously, I think it's a great aesthetic visual improvement. Sorry, yes? Oh, yeah, huge improvement, yeah. So there are 5 variances, so I tried to lift them out here, and here's where you guys will, have to run through the criteria of variance approvals to make sure that we meet the criteria, and I do have a slide for that, but you guys are very familiar with the criteria that needs to be found. So the 5 variances include parking island size, so there's a terminus to the rows here. That would typically need to be 10% of the row, so typically 10 feet. So this one's a little bit smaller, but we still want to put a little 3-rail fence in there, and we would still have the required tree, like a palm or something like that. There's a perimeter landscaping. There's 3 of them. So the current code requires 15 feet on the right of ways. So we need a deviation from the Avenue C, Estero Boulevard, and the landscape buffer in the back to the residential properties that are along the beach. And we're proposing 5 foot wide with 18 shrubs per 100 feet, and then a fence along those areas also. No fence along Estero Boulevard, but a fence, maybe a white fence or a vinyl fence or something like that along the other pieces, the other parts of the property.
Height of the fence would be?
What is
48
that?
inches?
48 inches, 4
Okay.
feet, yeah. And then the last one is the intersection separations. Obviously, from Estero Boulevard, the distances in between on Avenue C are not 125 feet. So we went minimal there that makes the site function well. For the variance criteria for each one, the staff report, I think, is accurate. It's we stand by what they said. They found the individual criteria for each of the variances meet the requirements for variance approval for those 5 variances.
Can you go back one real quick?
Sure.
Sorry about that. The bottom right-hand corner of the layout.
Oh, okay.
The bottom right-hand corner, what is that?
Right here?
Yeah.
Just an open area.
Okay. Oh, it's, you got a number
Water,
there.
yeah, some treatment area
Okay.
too, yeah. Yep.
Curious.
Yeah, anything that's not going to be considered the parking place, pretty much we're using as water treatment, because the new requirements are a lot more than they used to be when that site was first built, so we're trying to find all that space we can. I'll go through these. I'll try not to belabor these too much, but I do think I think it's great the way these shared parking lots really do fit into the comp plan. There's a policy, few of these aren't on here, but there's some aspirational vision statements that were made in the comprehensive plan that I think fit this really well. So they said policy 1A3 is one of those aspirational visions, and it says commercial and mixed-use areas. In commercial and mixed-use areas, the town shall identify specific portions of Estero Boulevard to work towards a more coherent framing of the boulevard. And what they included in that framing was not only putting parking in the rear buildings, bringing the buildings up more up front, but it was also trying to relieve some of the parking burdens that were there by promoting shared parking areas so that those properties that were redeveloped wouldn't have to have their individual parking, because the requirements for each individual building starts to be a lot of parking requirements on each site and limits the flexibility. But where shared parking is allowed in those areas that are common, it allows for a better framing and more flexibility on other people's sites. The more shared parking that's around, the more that some deviations for parking on individual sites can be made, and it makes probably I think that was part of the aspirations behind that. And I think our location is really perfect for this, for that kind of park once and walk for not only employee parking in the area, but for people to go to the beach and then to eat and to walk around the area. I think it's in a really great spot. Transportation section of that comprehensive plan area of the aspirational visions also noted that the shortage of the beach parking in the downtown area has achieved a legendary status, which is a funny way of saying it, but yeah, that's always a need. So vision item number 3 in that was to optimize the parking supply, and it notes that a net increase in the public parking is needed and that the most important components of the town's parking strategy will be to encourage shared parking lots. And it says bigger may not be better when sizing parking lots. As for shared parking, the plan mentions that parking lots serving a variety of uses require much less space than those serving a single business, and that small, well-placed public lots are probably more desirable and regardless, and need to be conveniently placed. So I just thought that was just applicable to what we're trying to do here. Policy, now this is on the slide, policy 4B6 is the pedestrian commercial future land use category, which includes this area, Old San Carlos, nearby portions of Estero Boulevard. And it says commercial activities must contribute to the public-oriented or pedestrian-oriented public realm, and that includes things such as allowing people to park and walk instead of drive to each individual spot. So policy 7F1 also encourages, it's entitled encourage shared parking lots. And it specifies that parking lots serving a variety of land uses require much less space than separate on-site lots for each business. Shared lots waste less land and encourage walking because the businesses aren't separated by large parking lots. The town shall encourage shared parking lots when businesses are relatively small, are clustered together, and have different busy periods. Policy 7A2, parking shortages. Well, parking, and then I put my own notages, it addresses parking shortages. Policy 7A2 says, even though existing parking lots are not used to capacity, parking is not abundant at Fort Myers Beach. I mean, that's obvious, so this site helps alleviate that. And then policy 7F3 recommends better parking lots. Larger parking lots or garages are usually more cost efficient to build and maintain, but may not be the best solution for Fort Myers Beach. And then it goes on to say that well-placed lots of low turnover may be the best solution. So thank you for indulging me in that, but I think this fits right into where the comp plan needs to go, or wants the area to go, and it's a good use of this piece of property. The only thing we're disagreeing with today, and it's really minor, is that staff wrote the hours of operation from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., which I thought 10 p.m. was really reasonable, and we appreciate staff's consideration. We would like it to be 7 a.m. instead of 8 a.m. When we're out there and doing site visits before 8 a.m., there are a number of people in the parking lot next to them. It takes an attendant. We may even be automating this for, kind of like public parking where you can just get the sticker and stuff and be able to pull in there a little bit earlier for the people that like the sunrise and the early beach time. May be helpful. So that is, there's a conclusion slide that I'll leave up there, but the staff recommends approval of this as it is, with the adjustment to the residential, or the buffer on that residential portion that we're abutting. Other than that, we are in agreement. So.
Okay, questions
Thanks.
from the LPA?
I noticed that you had 2 handicap accessible spots there.
Yeah.
Is there a set number based on how many spots? What is that?
Yeah, if we hit 50, we would have to have a third.
Okay.
So one for up to 25, we need 1 spot, and then up to 50, we need 2 spots. So, so when we hit 26, we had to have another one.
Okay.
So we were never going to try to get more than 50, because then you start to lose so much, so it wouldn't have worked anyway.
Question on closing the access from Estero. Does that mean you have to recurve the sidewalk? Or will you just landscape in front of that so that it's
Oh, that's
obvious
a
that you
good
don't drive
question.
through?
Generally, it's, yes, they have to basically re-sidewalk that portion that's got the dip, that's got the,
I can't hear you.
they have to redo basically the sidewalk portion so that there's not the driveway cut there, that it would match the existing sidewalk.
So does that permanently close that
I believe that
access?
is generally, when you close or modify in or around the right-of-way, that's a Lee County requirement to do that, especially in this corridor.
Permanently close that access, or with
Yes.
redevelopment, it could be reopened?
No, it would close it. I mean, it's up to Lee County to permit any future access. That would be, right. Our comp plan calls out for the reduction in driveway cuts on Estero, especially when you're at, obviously when you're at an intersection and you've got another roadway, public roadway to access it for.
I believe for approval of short-term parking lot, I think it's required.
Right.
In order for this approval.
Correct.
We would have to ask for a deviation to not do that, so, yeah. And I do have my civil engineer here, Jim Ink, from Waldrop as well, and he's working on the site design, so if there's a specific site design question, it may not be exactly relevant for the entire approval that we need today, or for the recommendation today, but we can answer whatever you need.
Low impact, or low turnover parking lots allow, if I'm reading this right, for overnight parking. If it closes at 10 o'clock, does that allow overnight parking? So,
We can, if you like, we can.
okay, I think that would be good to add to number 7. If we're going to change it to 7 to 10 p.m. and no overnight parking. Overnight parking.
Right.
Will there be any video surveillance in this parking lot? When you said you were going to put a 10-foot buffer along Estero, I'm just concerned that overnight there may be. Yeah. Well, no, but I mean, if there's going to be a buffer along there, maybe people be staying there that shouldn't be staying there overnight?
The site visibility triangle will essentially eliminate that possibility, because across 125, so that's essentially the entire front. So they're not allowed to have bushes that are, I believe, taller than 3 feet. Okay. And close to the entrance, I think it's limited to 2.
And as for surveillance, I'm not sure. I mean, it might be something that is explored. It's not, I don't think we've gotten that far yet. An overly burdensome expense, and it provides a lot of benefit.
I mean, I think it's a great improvement, and just as long as, I was concerned about locking it in for permanent for life, and so that was my really only big thing, that they weren't going to be taking away their rights to redevelop or do something else in the future. Anybody else have a question?
I'm wondering if I may ask the staff, in your considerations, and the applicants indicated they're closing the Estero Boulevard. That's not an actual condition. Is that because you'll address that by approval of the site plan?
They do have to provide an LDO, and the LDO has to be in compliance essentially with what they have provided to us in the master, well, it's not truly a master concept plan, and the site plan that's included in your packet. We could include it as a condition. They'd already agreed to do that. That was part of their application.
I'd feel more comfortable by actually making that a condition as well.
We might ask Jim, the planner who's designing it, if it's already in their plan and understands that's what is required.
We're not approving the plan today.
No. We are
That's part of your review,
approving.
is the plan itself is part of your review, right? So it's the conditions that go with the plan, which frankly, it financially benefits them to close it because they get more parking spaces along that side. So you can speak to the permitting process or doing that if you would like to hear that.
For the record, Jim Bank, our understanding is this is a limited development order. It has to meet all the requirements of the Land Development Code except for the deviations that we're requesting for intersection separation. To speak to the sidewalk issue, that is part of the code, as said, that we have to put the sidewalk back, and it's covered under a Lee County right-of-way permit if it's in the right-of-way.
Does that suffice for you, Dan, or?
If the staff tells me we don't need it as a
You can add it.
condition.
I'm not objecting to that. You can add that specifically if you like for clarity. That's fine.
Have your pleasure.
I think a condition for your
It's inferred
comfort.
by reason of the fact that we're approving a site plan, but you have to look somewhere else to find that, okay? I'm
Right,
just,
okay, would you like to add that?
Yes.
As a condition, okay.
And if you want to do that, it's just, if you want to make it clear that it's also, build it back to what's required as far as the sidewalk per whatever Lee County requires, that's fine.
We put it in with number 2 since it's a part of the LDO? No? Or make it separate?
Yes, but
Yes,
I
what?
don't want to skip to discussion yet when we haven't done the public
I know,
input yet. Okay, but yes,
but-
that would be fine to put it in there.
in number 2.
Yes.
Okay. Close. Any other questions for the applicant or the site guy?
I have one question, is how do when you're closing at 10 o'clock at night, how do you physically deter people utilizing the lot at night? Is there a gate or something like, or?
Buster.
If we have, and we prohibit overnight parking, but there's no gate or anything, I mean, how do you enforce that?
Well, it's going to depend on how they choose to make it function. So if it was an automated approach, we would have to have some type of way to know that cars were there beyond that, and then have it posted where then they would be towed. And you'd have an agreement with the towing company like that. There could be attendants there. That some of these lots have people attending it the entire time, and then they would be the ones that would enforce it if it was after hours. And then we'd have to decide as owners what that meant. So there'd be things that we would put in place to enforce that, to make sure that, the owners weren't getting fined for doing things beyond our reason.
Most properties don't have anything that locks it up.
I'm just wondering about how do we control that, but I guess. Will you have an attendant there during the rest of the day that'll collect the parking fees?
I don't know what way they're going to go yet. They're looking at all the financial options and what they each mean, and how much they want to manage things or manage personnel, or if they'd rather spend a little extra or different amounts of money. I don't know yet, so we're looking at all that.
Okay. Public? Anybody want to speak from the public on this case? Come right up, give your name and address, please.
Hi, my name's Ruth Ann Rapp, and 1511 Estero Boulevard, Patiki West. I was not sworn in because I wasn't planning to say anything.
Okay.
Does that matter?
Yeah. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Live in Patiki West, face the Gulf, and as far as attendance versus automated, that sort of thing, I would just like to share that if it's not taken care of, that cars are out of there by 10 o'clock, and it's not attended, I can tell you it's going to be Party City. We see that now on the other side of us at Kyocera shops. It's not attended after 5 or 6 o'clock at night, and it becomes a free-for-all. So just, I would like to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Understand the situation, but that as a requirement, it's their business, and I don't know how that we should run it, but we do have law enforcement, and we do have, I understand it's difficult to get everybody to work together on those kind of things, but if we're going to require attendant on a 24-hour basis, that's a heavy That's a heavy expense, and will be required on all of them then? You know,
I just think that where this is particularly located, I think it could be more susceptible to that sort of usage, but I don't feel that we need. Anything done here will be an improvement. That's been an eyesore for years.
yeah.
And way back when I was in office, we tried to get them to put some landscaping there, but we had no ordinance that was able to. It's a blight on the area right now, and I think it's a
And
good
adding
idea.
parking will be wonderful.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Comments?
I just hope the applicants will consider the remote monitoring, maybe through cameras or something.
Anybody ready to make a motion?
Did you close the public hearing? I'm sorry.
Oh, I closed the public hearing, back to the LPA.
Before we move on, did we disclose any ex parte communications regarding?
We did.
Okay.
There was none.
Make sure.
Drive by 2,000 times by Dan.
That's right.
Anybody ready to make a motion? Motion? All right. Okay, we already closed it, but come up to the microphone, please, and give your name and, all you got to do is speak. Just speak.
Hello, I'm Dave Gray from Dave Beachside Parking.
Dave from where?
Dave Beachside Parking. I've got the lot next door, next to the Lonikai.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering about that boulevard.
You have to stay on the microphone.
Sorry. If you're not going to have if all the traffic is going to come down Avenue C, it's going to block it all off.
Well, they won't be coming in Estero, they'll turn on Avenue.
That's what I mean, because my lot goes down Avenue C, and if theirs does too, I see that there at Christmas when someone had the parking cars illegally in the El Sudoku, and it's Christmas and they blocked it all off and they got all the cars stuck, and the only access was Avenue C, and it causes lots of problems.
But taking the access off of Estero Boulevard is a benefit for the community, and that's why it is being moved to there.
I just think it'd be a lot safer if you had the access on the Estero, because that's, like I said, it gets absolutely crazy in season on that road. Excuse me. Just my opinion.
I agree. Aging issue for yours is the lot that is the front lot on Estero?
I'm right on the beach side.
Mm-hmm.
Near this side of Happy Wheels.
It's staging issue, but hopefully the access is to pull in and you can park. I mean, that's the whole point, is one-stop parking and getting them off of Estero Boulevard.
Like I said, I've been through it for numerous years. It's just a lot safer if you had an access on that Estero Boulevard, because it gets really crazy busy.
But that's a condition of getting the parking lot.
Okay. We need more parking, I agree.
Agreed.
Yeah. But just, just have a look at that road situation, because like I said, in season it gets really crazy. And we can't block cars off on the road.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get in trouble. I get in trouble with the police then as well.
Are they allowed parking full signs anywhere if the lot is full to help deter on that?
I'm sorry, can you say it?
Are you allowed to use any parking lot full signage?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
To help deter some of the people turning on there
Yeah.
looking for something?
Yeah, but sometimes you can't have the sign on the front of the Estero because there's cars turned down, and then they see we've got full sign, and then they're trying to turn around and get back out.
Mm-hmm.
So that causes problems too.
Understood. Let me ask Jim Inc., if you could come back up. You can come over here, Jim, so he can stay there for a second in case he has another question on it. The question I have is there an in and an out, or are they both in and out? You can go out in and out each way, or is there an in and an out?
They are both currently designed at the 24-foot two-way in and out.
Okay. able to access pretty easily in and out, or move down and go in the other exit, entrance. So hopefully it won't cause a problem. Thank you, though, for bringing up the thing and not being opposed to having competition. And competition is good for all, because it brings everybody to one location. If they can't find parking at one, they'll find it at the other. That's all good. Okay, sorry, Jim, thanks. Anybody else? Want to make a motion? All right, I will find my page. Make a motion to approve case number SEZ 202000004, comma, variance 202000001, comma, variance 202000002, comma, variance, do I have to read all this? Into the record, yeah, I guess. Okay, variance.
You can make a motion that you approve special exception SEZ 202000004 and associated variances.
There you go. I will do that, make a motion. We find that it does meet the findings and conclusions to approve, and with the conditions of seven conditions, with an addition to number 2, adding that the close of Stara Boulevard access and the recurbing of said access would take place, and that number 7, we would change. Did anybody have a problem with 7 o'clock? I think we all agreed that that was okay. 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with no overnight parking as an addition to number 7. Anyone second?
I'll second.
Second discussion? Discussion or additions? Okay, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Where's the mermaid gonna go?
Yeah,
Where's the mermaid gonna go?
I know, bummer.
Take a break.
Huh?
Take a short break.
We're going to take a 10-minute break to go to the bathroom real quick and be back at, how about an 8-minute break? 10.
So before we start, just thanks for working with us with the microphones. They were just saying we're trying to work out the spacing, and apparently only 4 can be on at the same time, and they're picking up peripheral conversations and paper shuffling, so we're trying to work through that.
Okay, this one starts.
Before.
Right, got it. So, Sarah, who's addressing?
Kelly will give the initial presentation. We haven't started back yet. Here he comes. All right. I want to make sure he was coming.
Yeah. Okay, Kelly. Patty, are you with us? Okay. Called it back to order at 11:52. I'm sorry, Kelly.
Community Development. Applicant Terry Prasad, owner of 146 Esther Boulevard, is seeking a special exception and associated variance to allow use of shared parking lot on a property located in downtown and EC zoning district without landscape improvements. A shared parking lot is a listed use in Table 34-1, permitted by a special exception in downtown zoning district. The parking lot is in operation for several years as an accessory use to adjacent restaurant, also known as Sunset Beach Grill. Applicant is operating the parking lot as a shared parking lot for a few years, but it does not appear that the approval was ever received from the town. The variance request is for delineation of 90-degree angle parking stall size of 8.5 feet by 18 feet and 20 feet wide one-way drive aisle found in LDC section 34, 2016 to allow parking stall size of 8 feet by 16 feet with 18 feet wide one-way drive aisle. Another variance is for landscape requirement for shared parking lot, including first, submission of landscape and irrigation plans found in section 10.414. Second, internal landscaping requirement, including 10% of landscape area on the property found in section 34.416 C2. And third, a perimeter buffer type D with right-of-way of Estero Boulevard found in section 10.416 D. Lastly, a variance for screening requirement along 3 sites of refuse disposal facility found in section 10.257 to allow garbage compactor without screening. Staff finds that the proposed request for special exception for shared parking lot is consistent with town's land development code and comprehensive plan if approved within the downtown zoning district. Recommends LPA recommend approval of special exception request with attached condition and also determine a boundary line for parking lot to be landward of coastal construction control line and deny requested variances to approve conditions to meet minimum property to reduce stormwater impact. The applicant is an attendee if board has any question. And FYI, condition number 11 in the staff report, a 3 feet wide buffer with double native hedge along this side property line can be a 3 feet wide retention area. Also, a condition for parking stall size and aisle is not added in the staff report, but if the board wants to add a specific condition related to parking stall size and aisle width, we can add that as a condition of approval. Thank you. Now, if you have any questions.
That partly came out because of the discussion on the last one, Mr. Hughes clarifying, so just to give you some background on that. And just for the public's clarification again, special exception recommended approval, denial of the requested variances, but approve of variances based on the conditions included in the staff report. That's.
Say that again.
Special exception recommended for approval. We've recommended denial of the requested variances, but it recommend approval of variances as conditioned in the staff report. So that's the need a variance for as we've conditioned it.
So if we approve the special exception,
and
would that stop the $500?
So separate from that, hold on. So the special exception approval, we're asking you to approve the special exception for the use and variances as outlined by the conditions. They've asked for variances that go beyond what we've conditioned. So that's where that difference comes in, just for clarification. So essentially what they've asked for is variances from all the development standards. And the conditions include variances from landscape buffers, but not as far as they've asked for. So essentially they would be asking for no buffers. We're basically asking for conditions consistent with most of the other parking lots that we've brought before you. I just didn't want you to be confused about the denial of the variance. It's requesting denial, recommending denial of their request and inserting our own conditions that would meet, that also are a variance. Okay?
Before we start, I would like to get ex parte.
Ex parte, no, I,
None. Site visit, and I had a meeting with Mr. Prasad and Mr. Orlandini regarding the parking lot.
Jane Plummer. Visit and
I also had a site visit and a meeting with the owner and Joe R&D.
I too as well. Site visit, meeting with the owner and Joe Orlandini.
Good, we're all very familiar.
Jane, can you repeat your expertise?
Everybody?
Jane's.
Jane's.
It didn't get picked up.
I did have a site visit and.
Speak it.
Come here.
Maybe it's closer.
I did have a site visit and met with Joe Orlandini and the owner. Okay, everybody. So now if you'd like to come to the either side, doesn't matter. State your name for the record, please.
Terry Prasad Properties.
All right.
So this property was purchased by Prasad Properties back in 2014. It was a bar with a parking lot attached to it. It's always functioned that way since back in the 60s. I think most of you guys are familiar with the Top of Mass Bar. Dan, are you?
Mm-hmm.
And
top of the mast next door to it at that time. Yeah. Okay.
And, you know, we've gone back and looked at pictures, and we've always shown that that parking lot has always been there.
Mm-hmm.
In 2015, we remodeled and reopened the restaurant and was issued a CO by the town of Fort Myers Beach. When we applied for our application, it showed the restaurant and the bar. It's a 200-seat restaurant and bar. We showed the town of Fort Myers Beach on our application, the restaurant and the parking lot. It was CO'd as is and approved with the garbage disposal being there, parking lot being there, and the restaurant being fully remodeled, approved by Lee County, approved by the town of Fort Myers Beach. I have the certificate of occupancy signed by the town of Fort Myers Beach, dated October 14, 2015, if anyone would like to see it.
Is there any restrictions on the parking lot on that CO?
No.
And in the application for your redevelopment, was there any conditions put on that parking lot for a number of parking spaces for the restaurant or anything? No. Okay.
I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with the town of Fort Myers Beach parking ordinance, or the section 34, chapter 26, I believe. I do have copies if anyone wants to see it. This is a single-purpose parking lot. The town recommendations and the town suggestions are very confusing. They're claiming to be a shared parking lot. This is not a shared parking lot. It's always been intended for the use of the business. The business customers come first. Excess parking is sold to the public. In your parking regulations, it clearly states that you can sell excess parking. It does not say you have to have a permit. It does not say, all it says is you have to meet the minimum requirement that's required for your business. Well, we're in Times Square. We do not have a minimum requirement. In this, it says in Times Square, there's zero requirement. But our customers come first. If I don't take care of my customers, they'll go elsewhere.
Right.
So that parking lot has been there to primarily serve my customers. The reason I decided to come for a special exception is not because I need one, but because I want to be a good citizen and work with the town. I met with Roger, and we agreed, and a council member, and we agreed, why don't we just ask for special exceptions, we'll put minimum requirements, and then we'll get this thing to go away. Instead of, we appeal this matter in Lee County, instead of continue fighting all the case battles that we've been fighting with the town, let's work it out this way. So we agreed, this is what we'll do. But Roger did not uphold his end of the bargain. My attorney spoke with Mr. Herron several times about this. They also agreed, let's work it out this way. So that's why I'm here. If you look at your parking lot, or your parking ordinance, section 34, 2011, it will show that single-purpose parking lot can rent spaces that's not require excess space, and we do not require a permit. In the town's submittal, they say I'm operating without a permit. But when you look in this document, there's nowhere that it says that I need a parking permit or a permit to park those cars. And I can have Jason or Mr. Herron explain where it says that.
I believe, I would disagree with the characterization of many of the things that Mr. Prasad has said. We can get into that if you want, but if the question is, where does it say in the code that he needs a special exception, it's in the staff report.
Okay. The question also is, if he had his parking lot attached to the restaurant when he got his CO, and does that not acknowledge that it is there?
No, ma'am.
No.
Again, I disagree with the characterization that Mr. Prasad has put on his application. What the position that staff and the town has consistently taken throughout every dealings with Mr. Prasad is that he is subject to the site plan that for this location that was originally approved. And it provided for parking, as he specifically acknowledged, single purpose. The parking is only for the patrons of the restaurant.
I don't think it has ever been.
Again, this is no different than Mr. Nakarado. It may have been used in the past, but there's no approval showing that. This is absolutely identical to that situation. There's a site plan approval issued by Lee County that says there's a restaurant and a parking lot with X number of parking lots for the patrons. It doesn't say for, and also commercial use.
In the Times Square area, there isn't a requirement for parking for any of the businesses down there.
That is
Why are
correct, subject to a special exception approval. If you want to use your property, if the code says, and it's set forth in the staff report, that if you want to take your existing parking lot or piece of property and convert it into a commercial parking lot, you have to go through a special exception process.
Can we not agree that there's always been paid parking?
It's not a question of is it legal, and that's the distinction.
But I
You
think you
cannot-
have to first identify, does it exist? Has it been there? Is there a history behind it? And then go forward, because I mean, it's not like he just paved it and started a parking lot there.
I understand. As we have discussed this issue many times, including with Mr. Nakarado's case, you have to be legal in order to be entitled to the use. And it's not simply that someone started it 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 3 years ago. There has to be an approval for that use.
I think that there's a big difference between the two properties, and to compare them, they don't make sense. I think if you compare this lot to the lot we just had, you could compare those two. But the other gentleman's parking lot has businesses that are required spaces there. And so that is totally different from an open parking lot that is standalone.
That parking lot is approved, as was Mr. Nacarato's, with a site plan that says they are together. It is not a standalone parking lot. Was approved as a parking lot for the restaurant use and only for the restaurant use.
Is that in a CPD with the development of Top of the Mass?
That's the records that we've been able, and Mr. Prasad has not brought forth any documentation indicating anything to the contrary.
We don't have anything that says it either, right?
I'm sorry?
We don't have anything that says it is an attached parking lot for the
Yes,
restaurant use only.
the Lee County records.
It says it's for only the restaurant.
Yes, ma'am. It was approved as a park lot accessory to the restaurant use.
Can you provide that for me, Mr. Herring?
We have. I mean,
You have never provided that to me, Mr. Herring. Can you provide that to me, please?
Okay, we'll ask for that to be,
You're saying therefore that the, having a tenant there and charging for parking to the general public has been in violation, has been unlawful?
Yes, sir.
Boy, about time the town starts finding things out. I mean, it's been that way. I've been coming here since the 70s, and they were doing it then.
And you know, that's what Mr. Nacarato said about his property.
that's a different property, I feel.
We felt he was expanding the use to park versus using it as a dual. I understood it, but.
No, my recollection, he said that it's always been used this way. It was allowed that way under the Lee County. You could get an approval for Lee County, and it's been done this way for years, and I should be able to continue to do it.
I do think some things happen over time where, for instance, this parking lot has gone on for 60 years and nobody's bothered to ask them for a permit through any of the owners. And so today, it's all of a sudden real important that we identify this as what it is. And I just have a hard time, you know, we all who have lived here know that it has been used as paid parking forever for the businesses and the restaurant. We all know that Times Square doesn't require any parking per business. And I find it hard that we're now going to say this is a total restaurant attached parcel. That
I'm not saying it. The Lee County approvals say it.
where were they for the last 60 years? I don't get it.
You know, and again, that is part and parcel of the issue that you all face and you hear from many applicants, and that we hear as staff is, well, it's always been done that way. We, in then response to those statements, look at the county records, look at our records to verify those statements. And when we find that they can't be verified, we advise the property owner, as Mr. Prasad, as Mr. Nacarato, as a number of other property owners, saying, you know, we can't find any record of that. Can you please provide us with documentation? And if not, then, as in this case, we've indicated to Mr. Prasad that the proper process is to apply for a special exception. Ironically, if you actually look at the staff report and the staff recommendation is to approve it, but subject to him complying with the requirements of the code, which is bringing it up to code. Mr. Prasad, unlike the prior owner and similar to Mr. Nacarato, is refusing to do that or saying, I want a variance to all the criteria. I don't want to have to put in landscaping. I don't want to have to restripe. I don't want to have to screen my trash compactor. I don't want to, you know, those are the things that staff isn't, let's make it clear for the record, staff is not recommending necessarily denial. They're recommending approval subject to Mr. Prasad complying with all of those criteria that are specified in the code.
Well, this this statement here, it doesn't have a date on it, but it goes back to when Rusty Eisler, Ray Murphy, Anita was mayor. So this may have been the first, like 1995.
1997, Your Honor.
Okay, and it states that the, asking, probably for the sign issues, that it was asking for a sign for paid parking, also for free parking for patrons. And so I think
I don't have the
this,
benefit of, staff doesn't have the benefit of that.
okay, I mean, I'm sure we can ask for them to be copied. It was in the case 79-08-145.03V, which I think would be important to have that.
I don't disagree.
There's a public hearing.
If Mr. Prasad had provided that to us as part of his application, maybe we'd be able to intelligently and properly address it here today. But this is the first we've heard of this.
What are you reading from, Jane?
This is from, I guess, minutes of the meeting. The council took a a break. So this is from, I'm assuming maybe a sign issue where he was asking for permission to have a sign, to have paid parking, and also a sign that showed free parking for patrons for the top of Mass. And they were asking for conditions here, approval of the same conditions for a 0 setback. No, it isn't. He just gave it to me.
Is that part of what you gave us?
No, that's
No,
a separate.
We could have,
Nobody gave me anything.
oh.
Let me ask you something, Mr. Prasad. Are we going to go down the path where you're saying that it's always been a parking lot, I shouldn't have to go through this? Or are we going to go down the path where they give you some conditions, you accept, we come to agreement, you'll accept some of the conditions?
Well, what I'd like to do again is there are some things that need to be. Have a fencing on the beach side for turtle season, something that will stop the light from going instead of putting up a silk fence every year. I've tried to apply for a permit. They would not give me the permit because it's in my parking lot, it's illegal. So I'd like to get that taken care of. Also on the Times Square, where we're developing Times Square, I'd like to put up a couple of structures that'll make that look continuous to come through, so that when customers come through, you know, they wouldn't feel that it's a parking lot there. There'll be some distraction. There'll be some building that's nicely designed that'll create the distraction and give you a nice flow through Times Square. But I'm also contending that this parking lot has been there forever. The staff has recommended that no space be lost because it's critical for the Times Square customer, it's critical for my customer, it's critical for the delivery trucks that come through in that parking lot all the time, for the whole area. It's a very critical parking lot. So putting in any significant amount of buffer zones will take away quite a bit of space.
Okay, so we're going to ignore what you gave her.
Okay.
We're going to go down the path of, hey, you want a parking lot, they're willing to do it, but you've got to comply to a few things. We're going to go down that path?
I mean, I'm willing to listen to the ideas, yes.
Okay, so if you've read their recommendations, what of those 7 or 8 can you today say, yeah, no problem?
First one, or the second one is a limited LDO. I guess that'll be depending on what we agree on today. So the third one, apply for garbage compactor permit.
Oh, wait, just to make. Wait, so is number 1 okay, or do you have concern? Let's just go through them, as Scott said. Let's go through them one at a time. Is number 1?
Approval of this section exception. Yes, number 1 is okay.
Number 2.
Number 2 will. We come back to number 2 after we get to number 12? Okay. Number 3, the property must apply for a garbage compactor permit. Again, I have the bill showing that the garbage container was put in place in July of 2015, and the CO was issued in September or October of 2014. That compactor was there. The town approved it as my main source of garbage collection. The compactor is 12 feet tall. There's no way we can screen it in.
If I may, again, this goes back to the discussion we just had as staff, is Mr. Prasad is equating the issuance of a CO to the town approved his compactor in that location. That is not true. He applied for something else and was issued a CO, and he is now saying, well, because the compactor was put there in the meantime, I also got a CO for that. That is not the case. He has never applied for nor received an approval for that compactor in that location.
Where does the town want the compactor?
The town doesn't care, let me rephrase that. The town requirement is that a compactor or trash receptacle be screened.
The issue, and I see the issue with the screening, is that you have to drive in, the forks go in, and it's an uploader, and it has to come back this way. In screening it, you stop it from being dumped, unless it can be something that can open up on whatever.
Yeah.
And I don't want a 10-foot wall on the beach built around something that's only going to attract more. It's there, you know? I don't know
I
what we...
understand, there is no provision for a variance to, that's a requirement.
Okay, a screening. If there can be something that can be built like an accordion, like a hurricane shutter, it couldn't have a top because you couldn't be able to lift the thing over. So that's the problem, unless it's gates that could open on that side to allow the access.
Is there,
Can I say something? please?
Sure.
Okay. When the CO was issued, Mr. Heron is speaking in general. The staff of Fort Myers Beach came out and inspected the property. The first thing on my application is garbage disposal. Any one of you that has put in an application with the town of Fort Myers, the main concern on any application or any use permit or anything is how do you collect your garbage and who's going to dispose of it. The town has a designated disposal company. Those individuals were in contact with the town of Fort Myers Beach. They decided that because of the volume of garbage we'll be putting out, it was best to have a compactor. The town agreed. Kara Stewart, Matt Noble, both came out and inspected that garbage disposal at that time. So when Mr. Heron wanted to say something, he must have his fact, that I did not just put it there, or it does not appear there. The town staff came out, inspected it, and approved it. Now, if they didn't put it in writing, that's not on me.
With all due respect, that is the issue. It is not shown on the site plan, it is not shown on an application, and no one went out and approved that location, because at that time, staff would have said, you need to put in a screen, because that's a requirement of the code. Staff doesn't have the ability to modify the code.
Well, and we want to, there's also electrical permits or mechanical permits that go with that type of use. Regardless, those people that he just mentioned would not be the ones that go inspect an electrical permit. So having said that, the variance request that he's asked for is to not do the screening of that. If you find that it meets the criteria for the variance, then it's essentially eliminating that last sentence of that number.
Concern is the investment in the trash compactor, and having to replace that for something that can be picked up a different way that wouldn't be compressed would mean a huge trash receptacle there that would not...
We've not said anything about the compactor, yes or no, as far
Okay,
as that.
so you're just
We're
asking it
saying
for
it's
to be
gotta
screened.
A permit, because there is no record of an electrical or mechanical permit for it.
Okay.
Which it is connected to a power supply.
Okay.
And the screening is a requirement of the code. If you feel it meets the criteria of the variance, that he's requested to not have to screen it because of its nature, then that's up to you to make that recommendation.
What is the height of the screen required in the code? Is it to cover the entire thing, or is it a certain height that it?
Well, generally, we also don't allow the fences to be taller than the 6 feet. So I think what he's telling you is that the compactor is much taller than a fence. And we agree to that. Yes, that is true.
If it could be painted, like a, like.
Well,
I'm sorry, 8 feet. I said 6 is a residential fence. I meant 8 feet for a compactor is a max.
I ran that piece of equipment, so, I mean, I'm sure they can keep it, you know, it's a city hauler too, so they can keep it looking decent.
I was saying like
Yeah.
with a facade of, you
Oh,
know,
a
to make
camouflage
it
or
look
something.
like a part of a building or a fence even, to make it look like a fence. Yeah, paint a fence on there, pretend. I'm just saying that I think the fact of how it is used and that it is there and that the expense of trying to change what it is, if the guy can't go in there and put his forks in and lift it and move it back, it's obsolete for putting a fence around it.
Jason, do you have a problem of the current location of the compactor? Because I'd rather have it up against the building than up against the beach.
Well, it's, yeah, where it is, I mean.
So he's proposed it where it's located today.
Mhm.
So the question before you again is, we're just requiring to make sure we clean up the permits for it.
Okay.
Because there doesn't appear to have been electrical permits or whatever else is needed for that. Some of them require plumbing. I believe his is self-contained, it doesn't require. So those are the types of things that we
Okay.
don't
Will he
have.
get a permit if he doesn't fence it in?
Those types of, if there's a variance to the requirement of screening as part of this process, then yes, he can potentially get permits separate from the screening. If he requires screening, then yes, he has to get a permit for fence and the screening also. But for the equipment itself, that's a separate permit process.
I can speak to the permit. I don't have my iPad in front of me, but I can pull it up and show you that the whole property was remodeled. There was electrical permit pulled, the whole building was rewired, and that was part of the electrical permit. And if he goes and look at the records, he will show in September, October 2015, the electrical permit was closed. And if they go back and pull their records again, they'll see the blueprint of the whole building showing all the electrical.
We approve the trash compactor to be where it is, as it is. If you will apply for a permit, and if it passes the electrical and whatever else it needs to pass, and you get a variance on the fence, would you apply for the permit?
Yes, I will, but it's already there, and I can show
Okay,
him this
well,
already. But I'll
okay.
reapply, just.
I mean, if you can show the permit, that's great. If you can't, then if you could reapply and clean that up for them, it would be something that we could move forward on if the board.
Is 30 days enough time?
Well,
No, not for permit here.
and, you know, we'll do whatever and follow through and forward your recommendation as however this body sees fit. But I have to say that, you know, we've asked, part of the problem and the reason why this has taken so long, Mr. Prasad submitted his application initially
May 28th.
May or June of last year, is because we have consistently asked from Mr. Prasad all of this information, and unfortunately, we're here before you all, getting it at the same time as you are.
Okay. So if we could determine benefit to have a 6-foot high screening in front of that would have to be removed to be able to dump the trash, if that is a benefit to the community, or if it is something that we're willing to accept, that it's been there like this and there's been no complaints, and we would give a variance for that portion of it.
Quite honestly, I'm more concerned with the electrical part of it
Well,
than the screen.
It would have to pass.
Well, but Mr. Broussard has claimed that he's already passed it
Yeah.
on the one. So if you have this information and they have asked for it, why haven't they gotten it yet?
They never asked for it. I can show you all the emails that the town has submitted.
But you say you have
Yes.
that includes the electrical for this?
Yes, because
Trash
when
compactor.
we rewired the whole building from the meter all the way through.
I'm sure you had to from the top of the mast, so.
We're all clear. Mr. Prasad has been cited and found to be in violation of the town code with respect to this exact issue. At no time has Mr. Prasad submitted or provided town staff with any evidence or at that, or this is a special magistrate, that he applied for and obtained the permit and the inspections for this particular compactor. Now, if he has evidence of that, please provide it to us.
Okay. If it can be shown that the compactor was approved at the time the electrical was all done, and you can provide him with that information from the electrical company, that would, that doesn't take away the requirement that you want him to still apply for the permit. So if he can prove that the electrical is done and was done properly and signed off by somebody, the piece of paper of applying for the permit and the decision about the screening is what needs to be decided to remove the question of the trash compactor. Is that correct?
Well, the issue before this body is whether or not Mr. Prasad has met the criteria in the code for a variance to the screening requirement. At some point in time, as the issue of the permitting for the compactor does have to be addressed.
Right.
I do think this, under the screening issue, if you're concerned, most of the time there's cars parked there.
Right, you don't.
It obstructs that, so you don't
Right.
ever see that. See, the
Right.
screen is kind of becomes a moot point, particularly if it's only 6 or 8 feet tall.
Right. Okay, so let's move down. Let's continue to go. Total parking spaces, 53, including 3 ADA. Is that what you have currently?
I have 55.
55, and so how many are marked ADA?
None is marked the ADA, so we'll be adding 3 ADAs. That's
So
all.
you would be taking out of the 55 parking spaces and making them 52 plus,
3 AD. 3 AD.
is that what the requirement would be at 50? You would have to have 3?
Yes.
Okay, so 52 regular and plus 3 ADA.
Just,
A little bit wider than normal parking places. So he may, for 3 of them, he may end up losing an extra parking spot?
so what I was going to say is, you know, you're basically through the condition setting a ceiling of the number of spaces. If he ends up with less because of the way that math works out with the width, then that's the way it would work. But he doesn't come back and say, no, I get 53, because he's got to fit the ADA spaces in, and then everything else kind of
Okay
falls
with 53, Max?
Well, I'm okay with 55. I'll put the 3 ADA. If it reduces the space because I got to put the ADA in, that's fine.
Okay.
But I just want to have the 55. But we'll put 3 ADA to code, because the
Okay.
ADA has to be to code.
Okay. Okay. Moving to 5. Perimeter parking must be delineated by placing a parking block 3 feet from the end. So
If you, yeah.
they
If you
have,
do that, you're gonna really cut down the amount of space, and you're not gonna be anywhere near that 50, correct?
right, you won't even have you'll lose a whole aisle. The question is, there's not parking blocks on all the shared parking spaces or lots.
Typically, if they're unprotected by curbing or other buffering, yes.
Well,
there
there's
are.
fences and walls, and he's gonna put a fence at the back, so does that cover that? Well, the
You have
front, there isn't any back end or any parking that backs to the front. It's all side.
The same provision in the last hearing that we had. It was, nobody raised the question then. I mean, it's.
To that point, we've tried to make these, they're all different sites, but we've tried to make these as consistent as possible between the requests. So that's why you're reading some of these for the second time today.
Well, if there's gonna be a fence, that would stop them from going any further. So I don't necessarily see the need for number 5.
Can you, I'm sorry, go ahead.
There is a fence along, there is a fence along the seawall. That's what the applicant was talking about. There
He
is,
is going to put a fence.
yeah,
Yes.
it's along the seawall.
There is no parking.
There is no parking that backs into it or faces into it. It's all side parking going to each side, so I don't really see a reason for that.
And along Crescent Beach Park there, isn't there a wall already I know there's a fence and then there's a space, but isn't there a wall that would
Right.
keep you from backing over that fence?
No.
There's nothing to keep you from backing into it.
Well, you could back into it, but you would be stopped by the curb. There is a curb there that goes up higher than the driveway, but they do kind of valet parking in the respect that they guide each person into a space. So it's not like they just go park over there, the third one down. Okay, on number 6, you have a problem with removing the Australian pine?
More home for the crows, but if it's an invasive species, we'll take
So
it
you're
out.
willing to do that, okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I want to go back to this parking thing here for a
Mhm.
second. Is this picture on packet page 297,
Oh, there is parking blocks
is
there.
this a recent picture?
So there
So
is
there's
parking
a
blocks.
fence,
on the left
a
side.
a wall, and a parking block, and there's
Yeah.
a picture of a pickup truck backed up to that
Yeah.
parking block, and it does not look as though the bumper is protruding past that wall.
No.
So those would stay?
Yeah.
I just wanted some clarification.
But that doesn't necessarily have to have it all the way around and at each
No,
location.
I was just talking
Yeah.
about that side.
Okay, number 7, the parking lot shall serve compact and minimum cars only. Regular parking stalls near AC shall provide a sign post for compact cars only. Well, I mean, you can only park what can fit into the spot, so that's, okay. Directional arrows must be marked. No entry sign must be placed in the exit aisle. So is there a reason why he can't ingress and egress at both spots?
It's one way, is our understanding, and I don't believe it meets width requirements for,
It's not really, but when we have an attendant and we valet park, we prefer to use both ends, because when it gets busy, we don't want the traffic backing up into Estero Boulevard. We want to be able to get them separated and then wait for the tenant to put them, because we stop them, we bring them in, we stop them, but in season now, sometimes there might be 5 cars trying to get off of Estero getting into our lot. So we do not want to create that kind of a backup. We want to bring them and get them in the lot and then figure out where we're going to put them based on the size. And if, because sometimes an extra large vehicle might pull in and then we got to back him out. And if we have directional arrows, then we create the traffic jam.
Is there a space at the Gulf side? Is that a parking space or is that a drive-through at the end?
That's a drive-through.
So you could create a one-way,
You could create it, but.
But it would cause
we
a
do
backup.
We do facilitate the drive-through, but when we get busy, again, we want to split them instead of having them come and drive all the way around and come back and park. It's difficult to do that. They can come around Times Square, if you understand and then just go in and park. When they leave, they follow the directional arrow, but when we're bringing them in, we don't want to restrict it.
there's not a staging area, doesn't it make sense to get them off of the road? The staging area is basically where the bus pulls in and where the cops are.
That sounds like a critical issue, because that could really create traffic issues.
So, I mean, if it's working, getting them off to park on one side or the other side of it, it seems like it would be better to have them pulled off than to be staging.
Would this be affected by the potential of redeveloping that at the base of the bridge? With some of the designs that they're showing there, that turn-in may or may not go away. Where you're
Yeah.
pulling in now?
Oh, yeah.
Having this directional or not directional, would that affect that down the road?
I think we're in line with what our concern is making sure that it doesn't create a problem. That's the primary goal here, so it doesn't create traffic problems or confusion, misdirection, people coming and going out of what I believe are somewhat narrow driveways. The drive outs are only 18 feet as it is, so it's not a standard 24 feet wide drive out, 22 feet to 24 feet. That was the purpose behind that concern. So I think we have the same concerns. How they execute that, I think, is open.
Not 24 feet, 22 feet.
Yeah, we're okay with them, following the direction as they
Okay.
come out. It's just when we're parking, because we're valet parking, we want them to come off the street. But as far as the customers leaving the lot, we want them to, follow the exit signs as we show them.
Okay, the, number 9, the sign, what signs are you not in compliance with? Or just having the directional signs, is that?
We need them listed by, just the ADA, the handicap signs.
Oh, the ADA and the directional signs? Okay. So,
They have the part of the underlying code violation is there's a, I'll refer to it as like a kiosk, and then there's a sign, parking, that they just laid up against it. That's not a permitted sign. So the site has to comply.
so you don't have a
with
problem
all
with coming in
signage.
compliance with the signs?
Yeah. We, and the letter I showed you, solely you, that's a variance that granted us 36 feet of signage on our property. And, which Mr. Hand, of course, doesn't know, and they've cited me numerous times for it. And
Why haven't you provided that to them, if it says that?
May, the sign that is there that we're talking about, that is the subject to code enforcement action, came after that. It's someone stuck a little rollout thing with an umbrella, and they stand there and they have a sign laying up against it saying parking.
Okay.
That's an illegal sign.
Do you have any problems coming into compliance with the sign ordinance as it states, with the dimensions that are stated, if you can show them that and they accept that?
yes, we submitted our sign application 2 years ago, and the town denied it because they said the parking lot was illegal. So we cannot get the sign. Although the ordinance clearly gave me a sign there and approved it, the town denied my sign application.
Okay.
And I have that to show him too.
Does he have to wait for everything to get done to get anything to move forward?
This sign requirement is not applied to the sign violation. I mean, it is partly, but all the incidental sign that will be put on this property should be compliance with this sign.
So you'll need to update your sign application, put your ADA in there and what your sign is going to be and your directional signs, and you understand that?
Yep, so I need that to be stated in here, that any application submitted for that parking lot will be granted and not be denied as I continue
We
to
can't,
do it.
you have to follow the requirements to do it, but you understand what I'm
Yes,
saying is I'm
yes,
telling you what needs to be on it.
Yep.
And so you need to cover all those signs
Yep.
and get rid of your rollout.
Yep.
Okay, got it. Okay, moving to number 10. The operation of the parking lot will provide trash receptacles. Okay,
They're already in place.
okay, good. Then number 11, a 3-foot buffer with double native hedge along the side property line and 4-foot buffer with a double hedge along the seawall. There is, frankly, I drove down Estero Boulevard last night on my way to dinner, and as I drove down, I tried looking at all the parking lots as I drove by them. Where's my little notes? And I looked at the back of the fences to see how thick their shrubbery was going down that whole street. And I realized that we're talking about either a shared parking lot or a, whatever we're calling this. Hang on, where is that? But I found it very interesting. We'll all find it interesting when I find it. If I can find it. I have. Anybody else have a conversation they want to have?
What are you looking for?
I'm looking for, I drove down Estero Boulevard last night on my way to dinner and was looking at all of the backs of the properties, the fences, and whether they had landscaping hiding the fence. I don't really understand why we have to have double, but,
If I could, while you're looking,
Yeah.
Gene, if I could ask a question.
Sure.
To staff and to Terry, is the 4 feet wide you said, Terry, that temporary fence along the seawall was to protect from the headlights disorienting the turtles?
Yes.
And then when it's not turtle season, then that comes down, is that correct?
Correct.
So if we have a hedge, the hedge never,
No.
and does that sort of violate
right.
that we're trying to, because
No, I mean, you have landscape requirements along every property when it redevelops, so
we're trying to
there's,
preserve view corridors, and this would then,
yeah,
right?
so, which is the height of a car. The cars are gonna block that view as it is anyway. So any redevelopment has, we're not talking 10 foot, 11 feet of shielding and a wall of vegetation.
Well, the
It's, the double is, that language is basically from the Mango Street parking lot that was approved. And that is to help with the opacity of the hedge, is why that was conditioned that way. Is to help create that actual blocking of the light so that it's not, open. You know, sometimes the shrubs, depending on the season, can be a little bit thinner than others. So that was the purpose to that double hedge. Part of it is to help create that opacity. So that's where that language essentially comes from the recent parking lots that we've just approved.
Oh, just a comment from 1 mile from this property going towards this property. Diamond Head has no buffer along their opaque fence at the street of Estero or on either side. Parking at Estero and Virginia, which is a shared parking lot there, has a huge 10-foot fence in the back with no buffer whatsoever. No, and an opaque fence at the front. Nothing on the one side. Estero Island Beach Club, no fence, no buffer. Tiki, no fence, no buffer. Hardware store, no fence, no buffer. Carolina, the side of Estero, along Estero Boulevard, they have their buffer, but all the way down Carolina, no buffer, no fence. At Hooters parking lot that is right next door to the parking lot that we just approved, no side buffer, no back buffer. At Lanikai, across the street, they're parking there, no side, no front, nor any fence on any of that parking lot. Norm's parking lot, I guess the traffic moved, I didn't write it down. At the Whale, no buffer, only the fence all along the back because the need for parking. I mean, if you put a 4-foot buffer in there, that takes out that whole row. So do we not need parking or do we need parking? Wait, the Mermaid, only a fence. McDonald's parking lot, no side, no back, no fence, no buffer. The paid parking lot next door to the Yucatan, not a tree or a bush or a fence on the property. Just a comment.
And if I can comment on that too, this is on the beach side. With the staff on Friday and try to explain to them the amount of traffic that goes to the beach. Most of the traffic use our parking lot because it's paved. They don't go through Crescent Park because it's a sand. If they're pulling their trolleys and pulling their umbrellas and everything, they come through our parking lot. Having those hedges there and having a fence will just create a trash collection spot. They'll damage it. I mean, some of these people have no regard. They come with their pop-up tents and everything else. But having the fence, we want to have a retractable fence so that we can retract it during the day so you can see the sight line. Yes, the cars are in part of it, but you have 2 driveways. And I came down here this morning at 8:55. When I come down, I could see straight through my property all the way to the water. And that's what we're trying to preserve.
And the other question, the other point is that that's the turnaround. If you put that there, then you lose 2 more parking spaces, so you can move your circle for your horseshoe to drive around. So it's necessary to have the turnaround without losing the parking spaces so we can park cars. So if you have just a fence, and what about a retractable fence to open up the view during the day? Is that a possibility? If it's just there for the turtles?
I'd help short circuit the discussion. If you all believe that Mr. Prasad meets the criteria for variance, that he does not need to put any landscaping on his property, then you can make that recommendation.
I
That's
wouldn't
the
say
issue before
any.
you. Is staff is recommending a landscape buffer. Mr. Prasad has asked for a variance to exempt him from any landscaping requirements. It's your decision.
Well, my concern was when I went to the property, I stood at that corner where the handicap ramp goes up to the sunset. There are 2 fire hydrants that you can't put landscaping around, and the utilities for the Times Square, their phones and cable, and there was 1, 2, and then there's 2 big posts there. So, I don't know, maybe you could put a pot there, and if the fire department needs to use it, they can move it. But if you put a plant there, they can't crawl over it. To me, maybe if you remove the Australian pine, it will be difficult to plant anything on top of that. But maybe if from the trash compactor back, you put planted, or pots that could have something creative
Something
and pretty
beautiful,
there. That, I mean, it's a paved solid surface with those roots that go from that pine tree will not allow anything to be planted on top of them because they kill other plants. Believe me, I had them in my yard. And nothing will grow.
Just to respond to that, there was no landscaping on that side, right? There is no landscaping requested or proposed on that side.
Okay. Well,
To that point of the Australian pine, sorry, that's right.
so where do you want the landscaping?
A landscaping or retention area on the property line which is adjacent to Crescent Park.
So if you put in a drainage thing right on that curb, inside that curb, that would allow the water to disperse through that drain.
Help reduce the stormwater impact because currently the property is fully paved and contains very minimal pervious surface.
Because, you know, my point of putting another fence in there right now, in between the fence and the cement wall that comes up to his curb on that wall, you know, trash blows in there and everything else. I asked him, who cleans that out? He goes, well, we do, because, of course, they don't see it on the other side of the fence, and there's landscaping on the other side of the fence. So if you put another fence there, then you're going to block in, no way to pick up all that trash and the weeds that grow in between.
Proposing a fence on that side.
I know.
It's either, you can approve a retention.
Would just like a pool drain be sufficient?
These are the conditions proposed to you. As John already said, it's up to you to decide which meets the criteria, does not. So I honestly don't want to get into redesigning all of these various things. So we're trying to introduce pervious area, some improved drainage improvements, conditions that are consistent with the other parking lots that have been coming through. You tell us what you want to recommend.
I'm just trying to see if we can come up with answers that make sense and that could still be acceptable. Okay, so number 12 is 3 native trees. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Jason, I have a question.
Sir.
Is it my understanding that the parking lot area, paved area, is of different levels? And the back part of the parking lot itself, for normal drainage or rain runoff, runs directly toward the beach?
So, yes and no. I mean, not all of it. It looks like, based on the survey that's provided, there's some elevations, little points with numbers on them. That's on your packet, page 260. It appears that there is, and Mr. Prasad talked to us about this, there appears to be a high point somewhere in and around the edge, the inside the parking lot edge of that concrete that's adjacent to the seawall. So that concrete and that seawall do drop towards the beach. The rest of the parking lot appears to, then the elevations drop towards the street, towards Estero.
And would you be willing to raise that so that the water does not run?
It's a very, very small area. If you look at the survey, from the second spot in, it's 6.7 feet, and then it comes all the way down to 6 feet. That's going towards Times Square where all the drainage is. So the area that's sloped down, it's only about 10 feet and the length of the parking lot. So that's, you know, minimal.
Would you be willing to raise that so it doesn't run off to the beach?
We can raise it, but it'll be difficult. We'll have to have a DEP permit because it's on the beach.
Yeah, you would get into changing the seawall elevation.
Okay.
It's actually a seawall, so yeah, it'll be extremely difficult.
So what is your answer to that? Solving that?
Propose a landscape buffer along that, and some hedges along that perimeter as a
The
means of
parking lot
somewhat.
and the seawall to catch that runoff.
You opposed to drain tiling that side to bring the water back away from the beach?
Like a pool drain kind of thing? You know, like the 4-foot thing that goes around a pool?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't, I mean, we could
So you could redirect it?
redirect the water, that wouldn't be a problem. I mean, it will be some work will have to be done, but we can redirect the water. But again, like I said, it's just a small area, you know, it's not even 8 feet that's running there. But we can redirect the water if it becomes, you know, if it's a
So
serious issue.
we're talking about from the sunset all the way down to the park?
Yeah.
And then you wanted him to go down the other road too, to eliminate?
Other road wouldn't serve a purpose because it's already sloped.
Were you
So,
agreeable to that? So it would only be along the beach front, you'd put a drain through there and redirect it somehow?
It's not, staff is agreeable, staff's recommendation is here. It's whether or not you all believe the applicant has met the criteria for the granting of a variance and whatever conditions you all feel appropriate. Staff has set forth their recommendation.
and again, this has been here for 60 years. No erosion, there's no, I almost want to think to it slope towards sunset. The building is elevated, so I think, yes, it is sloped towards sunset. So if you look at the edge of the wall, it's 5.45, and then you look where sunset is, it's 4.17. So it actually slopes towards the building, and then, you know, that's the beach, so it's, you know, it's going towards the building.
All right, the hours of operation, what are your hours for your restaurant?
Our restaurant is open till, we can be open until 2 a.m., but we usually close between 10 and 12
And
p.m.
also, the Laola's is open till 2,
Yeah,
and any place else open till 2? Is Pete's? They're not open till 2.
no, he's closed by 10.
But it doesn't make sense to have the patrons go out at 10 o'clock and move their car. I think it would behoove us to move that to 2 o'clock with no overnight parking approved again. And number 14
Well,
is,
then, for the sake of keeping it with the other one, we moved it to 7 a.m.
well, that would be fine with me too, if everybody else wants
How
to
early
move
do you
it.
park cars down there, Terry?
It depends. If there's an event, people get there at 6 o'clock in the morning, you know? Like when we have the boat, we have the boat race or the canoes, you know, some of the guys come out and do special events on the beach early in the morning, so, or even Shrimp Fest, when they're gonna close the beach, people and the vendors come out early and they utilize our parking, so, I mean, there shouldn't be any restriction on the parking time because it's a principal use parking lot. It serves a restaurant.
Well,
This, again, is not a paid
so
parking lot.
6 a.m., would that work?
Yeah.
All right. So so let's go back to 2.
Just to finish 11, which was a little. We're going to have a retractable fence along the seawall for turtle season?
Well, it's gonna be there, it's gonna be a permanent fence. It's gonna be a fence that was approved by TPI, already came before the LPA and got a fence approved, so we're gonna do a similar fence, so we don't have to go through back all the approval. We'll retract it during the day, and then it closes in the night, because The reason for the retraction, too, people access the beach, so you need two access points. Yes, and it opens up.
What
the-
number are you on?
Just finishing up 11.
Double hedge along the seawall, okay, and that will be a 4-foot retractable fence?
I don't think he needs anything on the side. You got all that shrubbery and the fence already from the county.
Yeah. So what have we decided on the screening of this trash compactor?
Go back to 11, because I don't think.
Okay.
One of the reasons Jason has given this hedge in there is.
Talk louder.
Prevent the runoff
Mhm.
from getting to the beach.
That's why,
You just talked about the retractable fence in number 11, and there's nothing in there about preventing water runoff from the parking lot.
we added the water drain, like a pool drain. You know how a pool runs off?
Under what number is that installed in?
Number 11.
Okay. Credit that was not.
He was just getting to the last part of that. Okay. Any other questions on 11? Okay. Do we want to address 14?
Did you say anything about 12?
Oh,
Or did
12,
you-
3 native trees
I
must
think-
be installed. Can they be installed in pots? Okay.
We hold off on that until they come up with the plan for Times Square?
This is a variance request, and if he meets a compliance, then we can agree to whatever you want to agree, or recommend whatever you want to recommend. Timing of that also.
Going to redesign Times Square with the coming in of all the other stuff. It seems difficult to do this and then ask him to redo it again because it doesn't
I would
match.
just strike that, actually. I think he's gonna do something anyways when they redesign Times Square.
I don't think striking it is a good idea. I think making it a condition to stay in line with what they do in Times Square.
Yeah.
I mean, just add to it, make it a little more wordy than it is. I wouldn't suggest getting rid of it. It's never a bad idea to plant trees.
Because it can't be done on the right-hand corner. Are there palm trees in the sidewalk out in front of your property?
Yes,
Are they
There's two of
there
them
or
directly
are there
in front.
holes?
Pardon me?
Are they there or are they holes?
Public property.
I know, but I'm asking, is there palm trees in those holes that they made? Or have they died and they're now just holes?
I mean, they're struggling, but there's two directly in front. There's about 6 palm trees in front of our property, Sunset and the parking lot. But, basically, what they're used for is people to secure their bikes too, because we have no bike racks.
What if we had him be responsible for those palm trees in front of his property that are on public right-of-way to maintain those palms until the Times Square fronts are designed, and then he would need to come up with whatever the design is of that.
Those palm trees are not on your property,
No,
are they?
that's what I'm saying. Make him responsible for them instead of the town. Take the burden off of the town, keeping those palm trees alive. He said they're struggling, they look like they're going.
But page 289 shows those trees.
What is that? Is this a big, that's where the cop thing is, the cop hides behind those palm trees.
I don't think we need to get into how he's gonna design where the trees go, because he's mentioned that as they do Times Square, you want to do some sort of development along the front of that. You can integrate those 3 trees with that development down the road.
Okay, so you want to add 3 native trees to be installed at the Times Square. is redeveloped? Or within the next, and give a minimum time frame to put in 3 palm trees?
Your call.
What's,
Is that your vision?
yeah, I mean, we'll want them to make it look aesthetically right. And we're not opposed, we just need to, once we figure out the redesign and we get the permits, because as you can, approve, then we build it, we'll put trees around it to make that building, and Times Square look.
Are we better off instead of saying 30?
Yeah,
You need some flexibility there, don't you?
yes.
Okay, at least. Native trees must be installed along the Estero Boulevard side of the property. At the time of Times Square redevelopment, or within no less than, when do you think that's going to be done? Or designed? It depends on how many times we get sued.
Design and construction are two different things,
Right.
not in the near future. Unless there's opportunities, I should
Okay,
say that.
should we, with,
Add that to Margaritaville, isn't it?
yeah,
I mean,
so you can,
I mean,
Yeah.
these things are removable.
right, okay. So three trees along the Estero Boulevard in the parking lot. Okay? All right, do we need to go back to 2? Does putting in that storm drain at the back make you happy with the retention?
The code says X. Staff does not have the ability to modify X.
Okay, but
You
these
all
are our
can
conditions.
if you
okay.
determine that the applicant meets the criteria for a variance.
So he will apply for within 90 days but does it have to be approved? Because that's not in his control. That's the thing that always frustrates me. If we were the builder, the contractor, and the architect, we could get everything done in our timeframes, but we don't have control over who signs the permit at the other end.
Condition says apply.
Apply, okay.
There's
Okay.
code regulations
Just parking plan.
determining length of time without response and all that, that would also play and dictate, so.
So-
the condition says apply.
We'll take out so maybe we should take out the water retention of 11 and put in the water retention as in the water drain like a pool along the back fence line.
Alternatively, you can say at the end of number 2, consistent with the recommended conditions of approval. Because
Right.
all of the things that are listed in the LDO you all are giving variances or recommending giving variances to.
But we're giving, but sometimes what we put on doesn't quite make it back to the,
We'll make sure that the
So-
town council has the minutes of,
okay, but, so do you want the water drain in 11 or put up here where the retention is acceptable would be?
I'm suggesting to the extent that you are giving or recommending the granting of variances to any of the criteria mentioned in the second sentence of paragraph 2, that as recommended herein at the end, because you all are we have, as staff, we get an LDO application, we apply the code to it.
Okay.
And if there aren't variances to the retention detention requirements, the access to site requirements, the parking surface of the lot requirements, the buffering and signage markings requirements, then we cannot, as staff, approve an LDO.
Okay. So, but is a water drain like a pool something that is in your retention detention little handbook that you can say,
No,
yes,
so
we don't.
what John's saying is you have that condition, you're writing that condition as 11.
Okay, so then-
2 will say consistent with, what would you say, John, consistent with the approvals or here, variances herein. So it's, right. So that would, by this writing, meet that requirement.
The variances or conditions of approval? Consistent with the,
It would be, you can put and variances and conditions of approval. Cover it.
variances. Okay, now, where did we put in here about the garbage compactor? What have we decided on the screening of that?
While you're considering that, I know, if I may, with regard to number 4, there was a prior discussion. I would recommend, to the extent you are recommending that as a variance, total parking spaces may not exceed
Okay.
53.
55
It's
is already
55
done.
total with 3 ADA.
Well,
Okay.
including,
55 total.
okay, 55.
Total parking spaces, 55, including 3 ADA. It still reads the same if we put
No,
it
he
that
said
way.
total parking
May not
space may not exceed 55.
Okay, but total parking means total parking, I thought. Okay, so parking not to exceed. Total parking not to exceed. Total parking spaces not to exceed 55, including 3 ADA. Okay, so back to the screening of the trash compactor. The way that is designed, I just can't picture how you can put something in front of it and get it open enough for it to go up and over. That's my only concern.
Ordinance on the screening, as I recall, when we adopted that about 5 or 6 years ago, maybe more, and we all had to do that on all the condos all down the line. You only have to screen from the front, looking at from the Sterile Boulevard.
Oh,
The screening generally wraps around with a gate or some other accessibility for.
This compactor's on the side of the lot. Why did they have to screen the side and the back?
Because all refuse containers require screening.
it has, on the street side, it has the stairway to go up to do the dumping. Is that right, Terry?
Yes.
So I guess they could put something that blocks the stairway. I mean, that you have to have space to have a trash can to be able to, for a person to carry a trash can up a stairs and get up there, so you'd have to have space 4 feet out from that to put up a little guard,
It's just not feasible, and if you get smaller containers, again, the traffic, and then being in Times Square trying to get the trucks in, will be, the only thing I can suggest is, I can get the garbage company to paint it, make sure it looks nice, because it's not a typical garbage can where the lid is open all the time, where there's flies going in. This is a mechanical equipment that's regulated by OSHA. So it has to be closed at all times. It has to be operated by certain individuals only. And that's why the town of Fort Myers Beach had granted this, because they consider it a piece of equipment and not a typical garbage can and not requiring the screening. That was the conversation that was had with Advanced Disposal and the town of Fort Myers Beach. When we asked them to put the the larger recycling cans on the side of the building, they refused, because they said the town of Fort Myers Beach will require screening before we can bring those out to you. So they're well aware. They work hand in hand with the town.
that's why it's halfway in there. I think the cars will do the screening, and unfortunately, the Australian pine did a pretty good job of hiding it too, but that does need to come down just for
But that's on the beach
safety.
side. But yeah, on the street side, and I think, once we redevelop Times Square and we put those two do the building on the front and between the stalls, that will block it pretty much out of view, out of sight too. That'll take the sight line away from it. But there's a lot of other ugly things along Astoria Boulevard that, is there. I mean,
So how are we addressing this? As
Well,
far
we
as-
could waive the screen or provide a variance for the screen, but then require that of course, I don't know if the garbage company's going to do this or not, but if they have a garbage company paint the garbage receptacle the same color as the building or whatever, something so it doesn't draw attention to it.
I think that might draw it out more because it's yellow.
And then once it gets scraped up and
Dirty, it's probably better to keep it dark so the dirt doesn't show. But
this cars will offer that
screen
screening.
it, yeah. Do you think that we need to have screening there? It's halfway in the lot. It's up against the building as close as it can get. Screening the front of it would make it inoperable. Screening the back would make it difficult to get the trash cans up.
Well, and I think if you have to put anything in the ground there with all the electric that's probably running around, you're gonna have to deal with moving utilities.
Mm-hmm. Well, not to mention the Australian. I think that
I'm okay with eliminating number 3 for the screen.
for the screen, you just take off the, let's see,
The last sentence.
the last sentence. Okay, so what else do we have to talk about? If these conditions are all acceptable at this point, I think we are there. So,
Just a reminder, you still have to do the public hearing.
I was just going back over to make sure that we've done everything. Does anybody have anything they want to add before we open to public?
Do we maybe want to go, real quickly, just go through it to touch base? There's
Okay.
a lot of jumping around there.
Number 1 stays basically the same. Number 2, we add consistent with the variance and conditions of approval, which basically we're referring to number 13 with the water drain kind of thing for the retention.
Number 11, yeah.
I mean 11. Number 3, we have crossed out from a screening shall be provided through the end of that sentence. Number 4, total.
Rebecca, didn't we discuss about that 30 days?
Oh,
Didn't Scott bring
yeah,
up something about
yeah.
maybe allowing a little more time? It didn't.
It just says apply. You can apply. Can you apply within 30 days? I know it's the height of your season, you're busy. Can you apply?
yes, but I'm under oath, and I'll say it again. I'm under oath. The first time the staff brought this electrical permit up to me was yesterday afternoon at 2:00.
Okay.
Both Kelly and Jason and I met. That was the first time they asked me about the electrical
Okay,
permit that they didn't
so
find.
how about we give you 60 days?
60 days, but if I provide my electrical permit that's been open and closed, then I do not have to apply for it the second time.
I want to make it clear to Mr. Prasad and to this body that to the extent that unless we receive direction, staff receives direction different from the town council, Mr. Prasad's operation of a commercial use, commercial parking lot in this location is not in compliance with the town's land development regulations and the town code. And his continued operation exposes him to additional code enforcement action. So the sooner Mr. Prasad applies and submits a complete and timely application, then the more likelihood, assuming the special exception is ultimately approved, then the less likelihood he is to be exposed to code enforcement action. You all can recommend that the town council add a additional condition that while he's applying for the process, to suspend code enforcement action, alternatively that he cease the operation so he's not exposed to that risk.
I would love to add number 15, that the town cease the code enforcement on the operation of the parking lot and let it be continued to be used as it has been through the permitting process.
What do we do with 3? This is only that he has to apply. I don't know why he can't apply in 30 days.
So I have no problem
Yeah.
applying, but I'm saying,
It's just that only says that when he has to apply.
Cease the code.
So that's okay, so we don't have to change that.
Saying that he's already been, that he's claiming that this electrical has already been approved. And if that's the case, then you shouldn't have to reapply, is what you're saying.
yeah, all I gotta do, I'll show them the permit, and I'll show them the blueprint that they approved, that they have on file. This is only 2015, why they can't find it is beyond me, but this is the, you know, the things that I've been encountering with the staff, and then Mr. Harrington sit there and say that they requested this and I never provided it, when the town only asked me for it yesterday at 2 p.m.
Well, but if you have it, I mean.
I do have it. Yeah.
I'm not gonna get into,
Okay, no.
Why don't we say in 3, the property owner must furnish to the town evidence of receipt of a compactor permit, or lacking thereof must apply for a permit.
What if it is the electrical? The thing is, he says that it was all done with the electrical when he redid the building. So if he can show the electrical sign off from the town and everybody else.
Did you pay for the compactor to be installed, or was that done through the?
We were responsible for all the electrical work. The advanced disposal brought the unit. Their electrician did the physical hookup, but we put all the electrical in place. So that's all part of my building permit.
To be CO'd
Yes.
to open the building, I would think.
Is there a separate permit, a special, beside the electrical, is there another permit that's required for a compactor?
Not in the town code, or I didn't see anything. At that point, when we CO'd the building, they did not require that, because all the inspection was being done by Lee County at that time.
Well, I gotta imagine that this compactor draws quite a bit of power.
Yes, it's a
So
240.
to have an outlet over there,
Yep.
it would have been put there for a specific
Yep.
purpose.
And that shows that on our electrical permit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the property must bring in the electrical permits, signing off, showing that the garbage compactor was CO'd.
Yep.
So the property must bring.
Does the town require a special permit called a garbage compactor permit? Are we just making up a new thing here?
again, the issue that is being asked of you is to grant a variance to the screening requirements. The position of staff is that the screening requirement really can't get, although not necessarily before you, is a permit has to be applied for the electrical. Because no permit has been provided to staff indicating that this compactor was approved. The approval of the compactor itself is not before you. The only issue before you is whether or not, to the extent that staff determines that it can be allowed to stay in its current location because it meets the requirements of the code, is should it or should it not be screened?
Okay, and we're saying no, so all we're asking is that he bring in electrical permits with CO,
I think, yeah.
including the electric for the garbage impactor.
Nomenclature is, if there's no such thing as a garbage compactor permit, we're saying an electrical permit for the garbage compactor.
Right.
That, otherwise, it looks like there's something else he has to do.
Oh, just bring in his electrical permits, but prove it was signed off after the compactor was installed. But the electrical was CO'd after installation of garbage. Okay, then on, are we going, did we get all the way through this or not?
Yes.
Okay, we got all the way through. So, anything else? Okay, now we need to, so,
How about 5? Did he objected to the 3 feet?
well, we eliminated 5. Delete 5.
I don't agree with that.
Well, there's
It's already
parking, there's blocks on the one side, and if he doesn't mind people running into his building, why do we care? I mean, he put it on the side of where the fence is, so I'm sure he's not going to let somebody drive into his building.
If you, Dan, if you look at packet page 289, you can see the wall, and then you see,
Yeah.
they're not 3 feet. It doesn't appear that they're 3 feet off of that wall, but
I know that pickup, as Scott pointed out earlier, the pickup truck comes right up to that. But that's those, I mean, well, I don't know.
We don't have markers on all the public parking spaces anywhere on the beach. But
Doesn't mean we shouldn't have.
well, but it's protecting the exterior of their lot from what is public. So those blocks are there on the public side. There isn't any parking that abuts the Estero Boulevard or abuts the back fence.
Why don't we say what they?
Well,
Want them to stay
okay,
there.
we'll say, where's this? Where's that one?
5.
5. Perimeter parking spaces must remain where they already exist.
parking blocks.
Perimeter parking space, blocks. Perimeter blocks must remain where they are on, I would say, the left side of the
Existing
building.
parking spaces.
On existing. Perimeter parking spaces must be delineated by parking blocks.
Parking blocks
On-
shall be maintained as existing.
Okay.
Okay.
Good, very good. Okay. So, what else? So, DEO. So you're going to apply for a DEO, you're going to bring in your permits for your electrical. You're going to get your 3 ADA parking spaces,
Not to exceed 55.
not to exceed 55. You're going to remove the pine tree. You're going to,
Can we have a discussion on the pine tree, or is that absolutely required?
no. That needs to come down. Those things are dangerous. They whip and they are missiles. They're very dangerous. They're not native to here. They need to come down.
We have been requiring that on, I know. on
Any development. It should have
We'll
been
have to
done.
take it down eventually, because we're
Right.
going to
So you,
remodel the building one more time, so it'll come down.
I've got some good tree people who do that.
All right.
Okay, so you're gonna put a drain down the seawall side where you're gonna put your fence, 4-foot fence that's gonna be retractable. And you're going to put 3 native trees, make them self-peelers so it's easy to keep clean.
Can we go back to 7 for a second?
Yep.
Compact cars, so that's saying that no trucks are gonna be able to park there anymore?
The smaller trucks, we can accommodate when we valet, But there's certain spaces that they want us to put a compact sign there, and we have no problem with that.
So they're just saying by the AC for compact cars only?
Irregular parking.
Right. Okay, it says the parking lot shall serve compact and medium cars only.
That's the line that I was
You're
questioning.
commenting. So it's not just in front of the AC?
It says irregular parking stalls, so it goes further into, but that's reading that he's not allowed to park any trucks there.
Yeah, we would want to take that out. We want to restrict that. Because we valet park the cars individually, and we don't take, the extra large cars, but most trucks, most of the SUVs now are just like a medium-sized car. So we don't want to have a medium,
So do we want to remove that first sentence altogether?
I would appreciate that.
I think the irregular parking stalls near the AC shall provide a sign posted for compact cars only. And then you're only going to park a car that'll fit into the spot.
Yeah.
So you can remove that first sentence. It has to fit.
That's the whole reason it won't fit.
As you see in the picture, they do.
Have you ever driven in there with a full-size vehicle?
I don't have one,
I do.
but look at the
Trust
picture.
me, it won't work.
Look at the picture.
I'm more concerned about future uses for parking trucks in there, if he's gonna come in for permits for, or offshore again, or whatever. If you're just saying he can't use it, then I'm sure that'll come through a different, I'm just trying to think ahead.
There's a difference and we talk about between, even you get back into your,
Well, but he could have a truck that takes up 2 spaces if he chooses to park that truck. See how it is in this picture on page 289? That truck takes up, in the middle, that white truck by the seawall takes up 2 parking spaces. If he chooses to park a truck in there, he can charge him for 2 spaces. But we shouldn't eliminate the fact that he could park a truck if he's going to put it in a proper spot where it would fit.
thinking that under the space that's there, it would be a lot more beneficial to have the smaller vehicles than trying to put a larger vehicle in there. And when you look at what rental car agencies really call compact, medium size, and full size,
If we go back to what we just heard a little earlier, it's a different, we're not in the business of telling him how many cars, we can tell him how many cars, but if he wants to use up 3 spaces for one, that's on him. If someone wants to build a 1,000 square foot house and put 3 bedrooms in it, we can't tell him, that's up to you.
It's designing his business. If he wants to park a truck, he could take 2 spots, and you can charge him for 2 spots or not. But to limit him to not be able to park a vehicle to get it off the street doesn't make sense when there's parking available. So he's going to park medium-sized cars in there so he can get the most amount out of them. But if he's going to charge for 2 parking spaces to park a truck, why do we care? That's what I'm saying, in the middle island.
It's not the width, it's the length. It's the
But
length
if you
of the
will,
truck.
please accommodate me and look at page
I mean,
289.
how does 2 parking spots?
Look at page 289, and you look at the white pickup truck at the very end by the seawall. It is taking up 2 parking spaces. And it is okay if he wants to park a truck in 2 parking spaces and let it be taken up. 289, the
When I
white
went
truck.
down there to do my site visit, I took my truck, which is a large truck, and I could tell you, it took up 2 spots. There's no way you're parking another car behind it.
Right.
So he's going to, if he allows those trucks to park, he's going to take 2 spots.
It wouldn't take, if a long car would take up 2 spots here.
but your limit of here, as opposed to parking a longer vehicle here, you're
But he
also
can only
limiting
park them
yourself
where he
there,
can park
as far as
them.
the room coming through. That's what, it's not so much the width, it's the length of these
But he
cars.
needs to park his long cars in the middle.
The middle
Well,
parking
just one.
spaces could be
So
for
it's-
long
I
cars.
understand that. So if you have a long car and he parks in the middle, you're going to have to pay for 2 spaces.
That's right.
It's up to him.
Well, it's up to me.
Why do we care?
When he wants to
How
charge.
he runs his
It's my
business.
business, and If I want to allow someone, I mean, I get RV guys that come in and want to be on the beach, and they'll park lengthwise, and they'll pay for 5 spots, just because they want that location. So, you know, for you guys to regulate that, that's unfair to my business practice.
Okay. So have we believe that that he has met the conditions and findings to get the special exception. Oh, yes, we've got to have public comment. So, thank you, Terry. Can you sit down? Do you have anything else? You can come back up if there needs to be something addressed. Public, anybody want to speak? Public comment is open. Seeing none, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the LPA for discussion. Okay, we need to, we don't have any discussion.
Did we ever discuss number 14? I know we discussed it in the last
Oh,
one.
I think maybe we should put the same conditions on
Number
14.
Modified to the Jane Plummer penal provision.
Thank you. We'll add that down here to a warning on the first, $100 on the second, $500 thereafter. Everybody okay with that? Okay. Anybody want to make a motion? Oh, thank
We're going to
you.
yield to the chair.
All right. Recommendation to approve the special exception and variances and the lot located at 1046 Estero Boulevard. This is, what is the case number? Here. SEZ number 201900047, permanent shared parking lot. Yeah. 1046 Estero Boulevard. We find that it meets the conditions for approval with, we find that it meets the conditions of approval with the following conditions, 1 through 13, no, 15, 14, we'll say 1 through 15, removing number, no, we put that back in. Okay. 1 through 15. The changes to number 1 are nothing. Number 2, adding consistent with the variance of condition and approval, bringing in the, bringing in the conditions of approval. Number 2, we've changed this that the property must bring in the electrical CO after installing the garbage compactor to prove that it is approved. That's what you said. No?
I thought we said I suggested shall furnish evidence of approval of electric permit, otherwise apply for one.
With,
Okay.
after the garbage compactor was installed, so that would be included in that. And that we are removing the last line, provide screening. Then on number 4, total parking lots not to exceed 55 total, including 3 ADA parking spaces. 5, we have changed to maintaining the parking blocks currently existing on the property. 6 is the same. 7, we've removed the first sentence, and it starts with irregular parking stalls near AC shall be provide a sign for compact cars only. Number 8 stays the same, 9 stays the same, 10 stays the same, 11, we removed the 3-foot wide buffer and put in a water drain like a pool along the side of the seawall, and a 4-foot retaining or retractable fence will be put in place at the seawall. And it says, and at the street property line. I don't think we discussed a fence at the street on Estero. I think we were going to just have them put in 3 native palms there. Is that correct? So that's stricken? Okay, so that is removed. Okay, number 12, at least 3 native palms must be installed along Estero Boulevard. Wait, it says a side of the... Oh, I just said native trees, sorry. Correction. 13, the hours will be limited to 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. with no overnight parking. 14, violations will be a warning first occasion, second occasion $100 fine per day, and third occasion forward will be $500 a day. 15, town ceases the code violation on the property and allows the parking lot to be used as it has been through the permit process.
May I suggest abates code enforcement action
Abates,
against the property owner?
the town abates the code violation on the property and allows the property to operate it as it has been as a shared parking.
Rephrase that for me now.
The parking lot, or to the town abates
Code enforcement action against the property owner for continued violations of the
continued use.
well, staff's perspective is a violation of the code.
Okay.
If you don't want to make that right, then you can.
Allow him to operate as he has been is what I'd like to put in there. Abates the code violation and allows him to operate as it has been. Anybody else? That's it.
A motion?
That's a motion.
I second it.
Thank you, Dan. Conversation? Any changes? Have we beat this to death? Okay, then let's call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? 1. 5. How many are here? 5 to 1. Moving forward, would we like to take Fran and the rest of the people to lunch today upstairs?
No, I think we got 2 more that I hope are quicker.
Okay.
Because we're on a roll here. So we're going to...
Make sure that they're available for the town council.
So we're going to...
Are you going to fall over out there? Do you guys need food?
We're on it. We're on there, so we're going to move forward.
Okay, well, we're moving
If you need
forward.
water, we can get you some water. So.
We'll give you water,
Well,
no
Sarah
bread. Okay, so we're moving forward. So the next case starts on page
318.
318. Very good, thank you, Dan. Go ahead and start, Sarah.
Okay, the Red Coconut RV Park LLP has applied for a variance from section 341744, location and height of fences and walls, to allow a 6-foot tall fence within 0 feet of Estero Boulevard right-of-way for a variance of 3 feet from the required 3-foot setback requirement. The location previously had a fence and it now has a temporary screening The variance request is necessary in order to accommodate the location of the existing facilities very close to Estero Boulevard right-of-way. The property is zoned village, which allows up to a fence up to 6 feet in height at a setback of 0 feet. However, Section 341744 requires fences and walls to be 3 feet from the sidewalk on Estero Boulevard. Staff notes that the design provided by the applicant on packet page 328 shows a cap on the fence. The cap may not extend over the right-of-way, as this could be a hazard to pedestrians and cyclists. The applicant is also available to answer any questions.
The height of the cap would be under the 6 foot, correct? Is that what you said?
I believe the entire fence is designed, let's look at packet page 328.
It says 6 by 8, or 2 by 8.
That's just the cap, the width of the wood on the cap.
Oh.
Your fence height is not supposed to be over 6 feet. I don't see a side measurement here. The application, on the application, they indicated 6 feet.
Is this not what we discussed last month? That I understand the need to have it be a zero lot line, but I thought the whole idea of not having a wall on a 6 foot wall, that.
Yes, and that's why they're asking for a variance from that section of the code. It was determined by LPA, it hasn't gone to council yet for final approval, but you decided you did like the 3 foot setback from there. They're asking for a variance from that.
Thinking from a bicyclist and people walking down there, if it's right on the, if it was a foot back, it would give more elbow room or whatever, but if you're bicycling and you have to pass somebody, it really, gets into your handlebars and things like that. I'm surprised that the town is closing a view corridor for that amount of space with a solid, opaque.
It's a request from Red Coconut. The town is not doing this.
Okay.
There was a fence there before, wasn't there, before the road construction? Refresh my memory.
Yes. Yes, they have indicated that there was a fence there previously. For the past while, there's been the screening fence.
But the fence prior was bushes and then a fence. And how high was that fence on the other side of the bushes?
I am not sure. You could ask the applicant there.
Let me first go, is there any ex parte conversations for this case? Dan? No? Okay. So, history might be of interest. Do you guys want to address the question? You have to come to
Well, I have a question for, what is specifically we asked to approve? Is the only variance the setback from the street?
Yes, that is, in the case of Village, this is Village. The setback is 0 feet for a 6 foot tall fence. So they only have to request the setback variance from the Estero Boulevard.
Because our new landscaping, whatever, has not passed yet.
That's the current existing code requires a 3 foot setback.
I meant from the
How does
height.
the 6 feet tie into the height, tie into the setback, though?
It doesn't. The height of the fence that they're proposing. I'm just including that for information. They don't have to have a variance.
That's my question.
Only issue,
3 feet, yeah,
it's the setback, that's it.
it's just the setback.
I just want to address what was existing before they had to tear it down and put the silt fence up. A name, please, for
Fran
the.
Myers, Widgeon Terrace, and this is Pam Beestrom, not only my niece, but my CEO there at the place now. 5 years ago, I never dreamed that I would be in this position until the county decided to tell us that we were on 14 foot of right-of-way. Because they told us, can you hear? They told us that, they disagreed, and all the records that we had, we disagreed with that 14 foot. However, when the county attorney told me that if I lost, it probably would cost me $500,000 yeah. So,
It's not working. Okay.
when the county came forward with the idea that they were going to take 14 foot, it not only affected everything at the park on the beach side.
But you talk too soft, Fran.
I'm sorry.
Okay, there you go.
Okay. My bathhouse and my laundry part that faces out to the street, I only have 3 foot now. So if I can't have that variance and I have to go back that 3 foot, I would have to tear down that bathhouse and the shower area and the washer and dryers. This is not something that Red Coconut came up with. This is something that we were told we had to do. So 90 plus years old. And so do we have situations within the park? We certainly do. Nothing I can do about that. As long as Tom and I are alive, I believe that the park will stay there. My kids are all interested in the park. My niece is the CEO, so I think it's going to be a family affair for a long time. I know that the LDC, or your land development code, and what you did back when you became a town, we were one of 3 areas. I think it was Villa Santini, us, and Times Square, I think, Jane, wasn't that right? Correct? And so we have another whole plan for if ownership changes. And I'm sure when ownership does down the road, if it does down the road, that there'll probably be beautiful condominiums and apartments and pretty houses and all that throughout the park because it's 10 acres. So Tom and I certainly have no plan to ever sell. And I've said that publicly, I don't know how many times. And
But
our kids have no plans to sell. So I think it's going to be there for a really long time. I hope it's going to be there for a really long time. What was the question?
Before, at the fence, at the sidewalk, wasn't there a bush and then a fence?
We had gigantic bushes.
Right.
They were probably 8 foot tall.
That's what I recall.
When the county took them out. The county also took 17 trees from us,
Wow.
maybe 18. When they decided to widen the road, we lost at least 18 trees.
You had like an 8 to 10 foot shrubbery across there, and then a fence on the inside of that.
Yes, we did.
So,
Yes, that fence went down, I think in Charlie, part of it went down in Charlie. And at the time, Marcia Siegel George was the town manager, and she decided, no, we don't think you can have that fence the way it was back there. So we lived with that and grew bushes even bigger. I would tell you that from the public driving by or walking by, I don't think they want to look at the RVs and the washing that they hang from. And there's a new rule now that we don't like them to hang washing from trailer to trailer, but that's been overruled. I'm not sure if it's a state or federal. Yes, it's an exception that we can't tell them they can't hang laundry up there anymore. So I'm just thinking, that this will look very nice. Randy, do you have anything you want to add about the fence? Do you have any questions for Randy? He's designing it. It's going to be, You know how when you look at our building, we have the facade, the big red tin facade, and we have that on the washrooms? Randy's hoping to tie it together so that it'll look on one side the way it looks on the other side. It's really pretty.
Sure. Pam Beestrom, General Manager at the Red Coconut. Our main concern has always been safety for our residents, our guests, and for the people on the island. That has always been number one. And what little fence we have there right now is a huge blessing that they put that up, because without that, the safety of kids and dogs and people riding by. How do you do this? Oh, green light, okay. Safety's always been number one. Aesthetically, Randy from Property Medic has come up with a really neat idea. Office, what we just had done with the hardy board upstairs above the office, he's creating a unique design to kind of give the flow, to tie the two pieces of property together on both sides of Estero Boulevard. As far as Fran was saying, yes, we have had 6 to 8 foot shrubs. Some of them have they're hurricanes, they grow back, so we've always had something there. I've been working there at Red Coconut since 1999. I've been there 20 years, and we've always had the hedge up there blocking. But I'm not sure. What was the question again?
It was just trying to determine what was there existing. And
We're just really scared about this.
yeah.
That ran across the street and got killed in the middle of the street. And that was dreadful for everybody in the park. But that's what we're worried about mostly, is the safety, and that it looked good for the people here on the island. I think we have somebody here, I didn't know it till he got here, from Gulfview Colony that is here to speak on our behalf. And Terry even stayed he stayed because he owns the property next door, and I had been to Junkanoo's to say, you all think this is a good idea, and they love it too. And then the house on the other side of Red Coconut we own. So everything we own, everything facing that, other than Junkanoo's next door. And we have a 38-foot driveway. So as far as view corridor, we do have 38 feet. And then next to where the Gulfview Colony is, that's a 4 or 5 foot access. And then the beach house has nothing on either side of it. And in the new comp plan that you all did, you asked for a 50-foot, and we agreed to that.
I'm only concerned about this wall being solid and storms and how that will affect when you have trees or a high bush, the air can go through it and not take it out, but a solid wall can become.
Well, it won't go solid to the floor.
Oh, it won't.
To the ground.
Oh, somehow I missed that.
Yeah, down here. It'll be a.
It's 328, there's a drawing. There is it's on,
I saw that, but I just somehow assumed it was.
what's that
gonna go-
4-foot drop from the ground
That's the
level? Then you
footing.
got a
That's how-
4
That's going
foot.
into
Into
the
the ground.
dirt.
Huh?
That goes into the dirt.
That's the footers, that's how far it's gonna go into the ground.
My concern was kids and dogs going out from underneath there then.
No, that will be below ground, you won't see that 4
I know,
feet.
but here,
Oh.
is this a space? Kids and
Yeah,
dogs
what's
going out
that
of there.
space between the ground and,
Space to allow
just,
water to
what
flow.
height,
We do get flow.
roughly?
We could, we'll
That's
go over that with
move
the
around.
building side. I
Okay.
think what you guys are deciding is just giving her a variance for the setback right now. We'll have to cross that bridge of design with the building department.
What is your, speaking of design, it looks in your picture that between the posts, it's gonna butt up to it? Or is it gonna go on the face of it and be one continuous length of hardy?
It'll be 4x4, 6x6 posts,
Mhm.
6 foot apart. Those will have trim on them, and then there'll be hardy between them on both sides.
Okay.
And then on top, we're gonna have a 2x8, and then that red cap Fran was talking about to match the roofs on the other building.
I think what would look, yeah, I think would look cool here too is to stagger on the opposite sides of the 4x4s. That would look really, that'd give some depth too, just to maybe break up that monotony of the straight look. If you could still keep the same material, you're not gonna just
Just go on
stagger it
either
on either
side
side of the 4x4. I don't know if that's something you could look at. It would look kind of neat too.
Jason, what's your thoughts on having water flow underneath?
We'll review that when they submit a building permit.
Okay, so that will all be under review. So
there's-
basically, the only question to us right now is to have a 6-foot-high fence.
Correct.
Okay.
Or, I'm sorry, the setback.
Setback, oh, yeah, not to have a 6-foot.
I have a question for you. How far from the edge of the sidewalk will it be? Right on it? I mean, does the sidewalk come all the way?
I believe in most of that area, the sidewalk comes to the back of the right of way.
Okay, right on it. Okay.
Obviously, so, not to get into the details, but structurally, you'll probably have to be set back a couple inches off of it for footers of the fence and that sort of thing. I don't know how big they are, but essentially.
Within that
yes.
foot.
Essentially, it'll be right on the property, right adjacent to each other.
And we've already moved all the sewers and the electrical when the town, or when the county came through, we've already moved all that.
That'd be my next question.
And then there's some.
All the electrical is out of this area, and so the only thing that's a conflict is the room to get into the bathhouse and laundry. Okay.
And on packet page 327, you show a walkway. Is that going to be a fence walkway, or is that going to be just an open walkway, or is there going to, it'll be just open, there'll be no fence, or no gate, I mean?
It's there with.
Okay.
Right, there is this, you have the sidewalk, and then there's a space, green space. And then on the other side of the green space, they built a curb. I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's a wall, a little
curb.
mini wall.
Right, so there is, so it wouldn't be right next to the sidewalk, because there is distance within the,
That's helpful. I thought there was a little
I know, you guys drive by it every day, but to sit there and visualize
So
right
it's
now
actually
exactly,
About a foot.
I can't.
A
It's-
foot
I-
to 18 inches, I
Yeah.
would say.
I think Jane's concern at the outset was it'd be right on the.
It's not gonna be right on the sidewalk.
Okay, very good, because that gives elbow
Right
rooms
on
for
the
bikes
right of
and
way,
things.
but Sidewalk isn't.
That was my
on the other
question,
side.
where
Electric poles,
in
Right.
position
On
to
the other
this?
side of the electric poles.
It's on the
Okay.
back side of the electric poles. There is some space there, but it is close.
Have a dimension as far as the length of property that runs the stereo that you want to fence? Do you know how many feet?
On here.
100 feet?
About 200 feet?
No?
No,
Oh,
it's
hold
like
on, I'm sorry.
It's between 400 to 450 feet.
Oh, is it? I'm sorry.
Okay.
No,
No,
but
it's
you
okay.
have to take off the 38 feet at the, so it's not quite.
No,
Okay.
it's about 400 feet.
Is the bathhouse and laundry area the building is how wide? I mean, really, that's what you're looking for because of the 3-foot setback that you have. That's the only place you really need to have that setback, is right there in front of the building. Am I correct in that assumption? I mean, that's what you're asking for, the variance is for allowing that fence, one, to not only cover up the unsightly RVs, right? But also to give you the access, because if it was held to that 3-foot setback, you wouldn't have the room, as you stated, you had needed that 3 feet to get in and around beside that. But that's the only place you really need that 3 feet, is right there by the washroom.
Correct. But
Okay, so the rest of the 400 feet
No,
doesn't need
wait.
to have a 3-foot setback.
If you looked at the property
No,
or went to the property, their electrical boxes are pretty close to all that. If there has to be anything done,
Yeah, we need the variance for the entire 400 feet because of the electrical boxes.
The
Plus,
water
they would
lines.
lose all of those spaces if that fence had to go back 15 feet.
We would lose most
We
of the
have,
fourth
we have
row.
electrical pedestals, we have cable pedestals, we have water.
Are they in that 3-foot setback?
very close.
I
So
can't-
if they're not in the
measure it.
3-foot setback, then the 3-foot setback to go to the 0 setback, which is what you're requesting, is not a requirement based on the electrical connections.
Requesting that based on the electrical connections.
You're requesting it based on the access to the washroom.
And it keeps the fence on the outside of those electrical pedestals and all that. Otherwise, the fence will be on the backside of.
That was the question. Are those electrical pedestals within that 3-foot setback?
I'm assuming you had to have a permit to be able to put that stuff in.
Permitted, and
So
our permits have been done with the town of Fort Myers Beach back in 2017.
but if you would have had to seek a
Our water
variance if they
lines,
were
our
within that
electric
3-foot
lines,
anyway.
everything's been permitted.
Okay.
Guys? Anything further, Sarah? Anyone here for the public that would like to speak on this? Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Steve Phillips. I live at 2945 Estero Boulevard. That's Gulfview Colony. I'm president of the Homeowners Association there. Our property adjoins Red Coconut on both sides of Estero Boulevard. And we've always had a great working relationship with the Red Coconut. Red Coconut's always had a great working relationship with the city of Beach. Urge you to grant this variance to the setback. The sidewalk, the new sidewalk, 5 foot wide, we really don't have a lot of traffic, bicycle or pedestrian on the beach side. I don't think safety is a real issue with moving the fence closer to the sidewalk. Thank you.
Terry Prasad. I own the property to the south side of Red Coconut, and over time she's just lost so much space. But I think if it's done aesthetically right, which then gives some good insight, I think it'll look beautiful. And having that fence, well, I know it blocks the side view, but then looking at the trailers going by, sometimes we're stuck in traffic there for 5-10 minutes. If you have a nice fence, it'll just as well serve the purpose as having shrubbery there. So I think she should be approved.
Anybody else wish to speak? We'll close the public comment, bring it back to the table. I don't think that he was sworn in. He wasn't here. Randy, right. So, sorry, we should have done that before, so you'll have to back up your testimony and say were you here also? Okay, okay.
I'm Randy Stan.
No, I,
Do you confirm that the testimony you've already given is the truth?
Yes.
after the fact, let's just get it all on record. All right, closing the public comment, back to the LPA. Any other comments or questions for either?
I'd like to make a motion.
Great.
To approve variance 202-00018 for the 0-foot setback.
There was no conditions. Was there any well, we do bring it back for discussion after the second. But was there any conditions on this? Any conditions to this?
There are.
Standard conditions.
Okay.
It doesn't grant any permanent rights to
All right.
any other section of code.
Now discussion about the motion.
I think the motion should incorporate, Dan, if you let we make the findings requisite for for approval of a variance.
The applicant meets the criteria and the code.
True, that needs to.
For the
for the
requested variance.
I'll amend my motion to
Second.
say exactly what John just said.
Second. Okay, so any other discussion?
I think anybody who sat through 4 hours gets automatically approved. So we can go home.
Yeah, that would be a good thing. Okay, call the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
I asked for discussion.
No.
Okay. Did I not ask for discussion a couple times?
And as soon as he,
Oh, did you want me to go down roll call?
no, waiting for Dan to finish, and as
Oh.
soon as he finished, you called for the vote.
Okay.
It didn't give anybody else a chance.
Well, I asked if there was any other discussion. Nobody said anything. So I'm sorry. Go ahead and say what you'd like, and we can maybe reopen it.
Being here, from what I understand of it, is the fact that we're here to...
Touch your thing.
We're here to basically grant a waiver to the zero setback, from a 3-foot setback to 0. When you look at the property, and I don't agree with allowing that, except for in the area where the wash house is, because I think it puts the fence, a 6-foot fence, too close to the sidewalk. I think it would impede the sight of people pulling out of the beachside red coconut to the point where they're almost always going to be in the street before they can look up or north on Estero Boulevard. That 3-foot setback that asking the waiver from would benefit and add to the safety of anybody pulling out of there. I do agree that they do need that 0 setback there at the wash house, but that's the only place. And I would like to see it amended that that's where they have the 0 setback. Everything else is held to the standard 3-foot setback.
Is there agreement on this by the board that to try and reopen? Would you like to see it? Can you reopen?
The proper thing would be for a member of the LPA that voted in the affirmative to make a motion to reconsider the request.
Okay.
And assuming it gets a second, then you would vote on the reconsideration, and then you'd consider the comments that are currently being raised by Mr. Smith.
You did. Do you want to open that?
I'll move to reconsider.
Okay, and you need a second? Is anybody willing to put a second? No second? Okay, so, all right. Fails. So it stands
For
as
a second, and the record will reflect that Mr. Smith voted
no
against the request.
5 to 1. Okay.
I didn't vote against opening that motion.
No.
I was under the impression I couldn't vote because I'm the one that voted no.
No, the vote stands 5 to 1. You voting no. Because it failed to get a second. Okay. I'm sorry if you feel like I didn't hear you saying you wanted to speak, because I thought I had asked a couple times.
Next item?
Oh, next item. Is there more items? Yes. Oh, yes, I forgot. Number 6, LDC text amendment water body setback.
This is a text amendment to section 34-638, water body setbacks. Essentially, there's somewhat of a conflict between table 34-3, which outlines a water body setback at 25 feet. If you look at that table, all the other setbacks are in relation to. And then there's some sections in 34-638 that has, for whatever reason, the code's written in that it kind of puts into text some of the things that are already probably more simply in tables, and then adds on to that. So what's happened really is with the language that I've provided for you on packet page 366 through 368, really the only change is what's shown on 368 is to edit some of that language to, one, be more consistent with the table, and to eliminate what appears now to be a conflict and a greater restriction on property setbacks under certain conditions. So I'll give you an example. You've had several variances related to a seawall encroaching into public right-of-way or canal. Technically, their setback is 25 feet from their property line. A property that has a seawall inside, set inside their property 5 feet, would have 20 from that seawall. So essentially, they have a 30-foot setback from their property line.
Wait, I'm
Okay.
missing this. They have a seawall 5 foot back?
So the 25-foot setback applies to, essentially by the text, applies to the seawall and the property line. When you look in the table, all those setbacks really only apply to property lines. It's just the text that expands upon that and makes the regulation that it has to be from the property line and a seawall. So therefore, if the seawall is outside of the property, then it's from the property line. It's a normal 25-foot setback. If it's inside the property line, then it's from actually the seawall, so it adds on to that 25. And it's basically, it's a more restrictive setback than the normal property. So it seems to be a more restrictive requirement and require from people that the seawall happen to be set inside the property line than we've had the other way of the ones that are encroaching in the property where they've actually been able to get 0 setbacks and actually encroach into the right of way. So it's really an unfair comparison between the two. So this edit is attempting to resolve that fact and measure it for consistency from the property line, but also be clear that there's a minimum for safety purposes and aesthetics, essentially, a 5-foot setback from the seawall, wherever that seawall might be. If it's 5 feet or 10 feet inside the property line, it's still got to be set back from that.
So if I'm hearing you, you're saying now it's a 30-foot if you have a seawall?
For example, if you have a seawall 5 feet inside your property line, your seawall is not built on your property line. So you've got that 5 feet set inside. It's essentially 25 feet from that seawall, not just from your property line. It would be 30 feet from your property line by the way the code's written.
What you're doing is not vacating the property that is...
Where this will give credit to what is privately owned within your legal description and or platted lot lines.
It's an improvement.
So if your property line goes all the way up to your seawall, it's...
If your seawall
there
shares
isn't
your
another
property line
5
like it
foot-
should, then it's 25
The
feet.
seawall and the property line are the same thing. It's 25 feet.
Right.
If the seawall is inside of the property line, it's 25 feet from the seawall, not the property line.
That's the way it is currently, right. So the proposal will make it 25 feet from the property line. Basically what we want to do is make the setback measure from a consistent to help avoid some of the confusion and the different application of the regulations. Setbacks generally are applied from the property line. There's an additional 5 foot from a seawall just from a safety perspective. Engineers can also overcome some of the anchors or dead bend or that sort of thing, but this is just to be consistent to measure setbacks from property line.
In addition to the property line setback.
That's the
if
5,
it's
right, so
at
you'll never
seawall-
be closer than 5 feet to a seawall.
Right.
But your setback for your structure is supposed to be 25, feet. This will be clear that it's 25 feet from the property line.
For the structure, but a pool can be 5 feet from the seawall. So I just want to make sure that this isn't adding another 5 feet, that they have to do 5 feet and then 25 feet.
So to that point, Jane, I just want to make clear, it's not always 5 feet from the seawall. If the seawall encroaches into the right-of-way, it's still 5 feet from the property line. Okay, so you can't always say, there's generally a minimum setback of 5 feet from a seawall. That only really applies when the seawall is inside your property line. You can't be 5 feet from a seawall if the seawall is 7 feet into the right-of-way.
The water.
Right, that would be an encroachment into the, so, again, the way that this has been applied, the 25 feet versus seawall versus property line, it was more burdensome to people that have their seawall set into their property than to somebody that had it actually encroaching, which is actually a worse condition. So this kind of hopefully standardizes where we measure from, and then we'll just. There's been a lot of errors based on what is a seawall versus what is related to the 25 feet, related to property line. So this hopefully will standardize it and be more consistent with what the table shows. Now, when you go to the table, it talks about setbacks. It doesn't have any footnotes or provisions that bring the seawall component into that. It's basically from property line, and that was the original intent of the table. It's just the text that kind of expanded on that and has gotten applied differently over the years.
I wish you had done a picture.
Yeah,
I love
wish I would have done a
pictures.
picture too, now that you mention it. So.
Can you make sure you have a picture going forward on this for the town
Yep,
council?
we have a couple examples that can show the difference.
Okay, because I think that it is a little confusing I just don't want another 5 if
The goal here is properties that have seawalls set inside their property are getting measured from.
The outside of the seawall.
From the outside of the seawall versus their property line.
I see.
5 feet.
They're getting an extra 5 feet added on top because of that measurement. Whereas people that are, seawalls are encroaching, there's been mistakes made, and they're getting even a bigger benefit. So we're trying to standardize to help eliminate some of those mistakes.
So why don't you just measure always from the inside of the seawall?
Because the seawall's in the wrong place sometimes. The seawall's in the canal.
In the
And
right
again,
place?
if the seawall's inside your property, then you're losing developable area, essentially. Because you're measuring from this thing that has been put in the wrong place over the years. Property lines are set. They're by description, they're platted.
So on all those properties in this neighborhood down here that have their seawall, and then there's a vacant strip that's no man's land, and then their property line is here, it'll be another 5-foot setback to them?
You're talking about, but wherever they're deeded,
Like all the ones on Denora, where they came in for variance?
those are encroaching. So we'll essentially stop asking where's the 25 feet from the seawall, it's where's the 25 feet from your property line, to help avoid errors and encroachments into that setback. That one was a pool, it's a little bit
And
different.
are we ever gonna vacate those properties if they want to come in and vacate them?
Council?
That is a process that's in works now, yes. So this essentially is to fix an issue that is a unwritten, basically unwritten burden for those that the seawall happens to be inside the property.
When you draw these pictures, would you send me a copy before it goes to town council, just so I can understand? Because I just want to make sure. So what do you want? You're asking for a vote on this?
Yeah, we're asking for.
In B, in one,
Mhm.
the word changes should not be stricken in the first line. Subject to title changes should stay in there.
All of it is title changes except for like around lakes.
I'll double check if there's a better term
No.
that refers to that. Title.
B2 and B1 both say if it's, make reference to title changes. It's just accidentally stricken in B1. It shouldn't be stricken.
Correct, thank you.
Okay? The other question I have, it's just out of curiosity, where do we have any property that's not subject to title changes?
Like the lake behind Widgeon, or Indian Bayou.
That's about the only thing I can. Yeah, but they
So I debated reworking that section, but there's a lot of issues with other sections of the code related to that. And I'll touch on it briefly if you want, since you brought it up. Actually, dock and shore permitting talks about man-made versus natural water bodies. This section introduced the title and some other terms in here, and then our other setbacks are defined by property boundaries. So there was really 3 different ways that this whole code was inconsistently measuring, that they don't always relate to each other, right? You could have tidally influenced, but could be man-made in theory. So I didn't get too deep in that. I thought we'd work on that with code revisions overall. We're just trying to make this work better with the goal, which is to fix the 25-foot setback for seawall versus property line. But that whole section with the title stuff will have to get reworked at a later date once there's consistency brought between dock and shore in this section. But we don't need to do it today to change what we're talking about right now.
I'd like to see a picture. That would be great.
Got several properties I can think of that I can send you an aerial of to show you
Okay,
the difference.
so we're supposed to vote,
Well, you need a public input.
Oh.
And then your discussion.
open public comment. Would anybody like to speak? Close public comment, back to discussion. Any discussion from anyone? No? No?
No.
Anybody? Anybody want to make a motion?
Approval of the of the amendments to section 34, 638, subsection 3, and set forth on page 368. Change which?
We'll add
Well,
back in changes.
yeah,
for
that's
your-
just,
okay.
that's a typo, yeah,
Thank you.
that just, yes.
Anybody seconding?
I'll second it.
Dan, Big Dan, Little Dan, first and second discussion. Vote, all in favor of?
Aye.
Aye. I'm going to say no, just to reserve for a picture. I just don't want to be confused that we're losing 5 feet. Okay, now,
I'll be on both March, there's going to be a first reading and second reading in March for this. So I'll have that for you, just so you can communicate with the public if they ask.
oh, we do get another reading of it.
No, the council will get 2 readings.
Okay.
But I'll provide that to you. Just
Thank you, I appreciate that very much.
Yes.
So do we have anything for the local planning so that we can decide whether we need to recess? For the, I'm sorry, for the Historical Preservation Board? Back?
There's been no meetings.
Okay,
Can't
so
meet
we'll skip
at this point, so.
6,
I
LPA,
just have a question, has our recommendation gone to the town on the realignment of the committees?
It's under
Yeah.
discussion.
Yes, thank you.
It has been forwarded to the town council. It was raised at, I'm not sure if it was the MNP or the last MNP. And we're waiting for formal feedback from the town council, but at this point in time, it doesn't look like the town council is inclined to amend the code. Ultimately, report back to you as soon as we have additional information.
members' items, Dan? Was that members' items, is that your only member item?
That was just, yes,
Okay.
yes.
I have nothing.
Jim?
Nothing.
Dan?
Nothing.
I just want to bring up, because I was told to put it on the record, because it probably needs to be addressed a little bit. I had a friend that was redoing their driveway, so their whole driveway was pulled up. They had a dumpster in their yard to take the debris from there. The truck that was installing the pavers was in front of the driveway so that they could unload. The garage door was up, the people were all home there, and they got a ticket on the truck because it was in the road. I think there has to be something for service people. Lawn people, you can't get a lawn mowing equipment and trailers all in one driveway sometimes if the people are home. The people who spray our yards, the people who check our meters, the people who are working and unloading equipment, somehow have to have some kind of space on the road to do that when there is no driveway there, and common sense would prevail that there's no place to park, but we're still giving out tickets. Once again, I think a knock on the door to educate would be the first case that should have been done, and then the discussion could have happened. Where would you like us to park? There's no place to park. And 2, then after maybe the second violation of the same person gets a ticket, but I think that we have to have some place for our service people to park as they are servicing our properties if our driveways aren't big enough. What do y'all think?
I agree.
Something needs to be done in discussion. Okay, that's mine.
Actually, I had one thing I forgot to bring up. May
Okay,
I?
sure,
Okay.
absolutely.
I spoke with a resident on Buccaneer that redid their driveway And because it was 1 inch lower, they had to get a drain put in underneath their pavers. Plus they had to have a tree taken out, and it was, they'd spoken with Sarah about it, and it was over 1 inch. I mentioned that I would bring it up to you. They now have a culvert that is underneath their pavers that is lower than the drain that's in the front yard and has not been completed. So it's literally sitting there, and there's a giant hole on each side from water that's running in and has no place to go. So I told them I would bring it up to see if there could be a resolution to their problem.
Sure. If you know, give me the address.
I can get you the
I'll
address,
take a look at it, just for your information. The driveways are a critical point of review because we've had numerous driveways blocking and creating drainage problems. So we made standards and other things to make it hopefully easier for permitting, but to make it more clear of what's required. The biggest issue generally is a swale. If it's less than 7 inches, you're supposed to match the line, the slopes of the swale to get into your driveway so that it allows the water to flow back and forth. That's usually what gets filled in. And then if it's over 7 inches, generally it requires a culvert or pipe. So I can look at it and see, but.
Yeah, it just, to me, it looked like there was no plan for how you were gonna tie this drain tile into that drain.
So it was the drain in the right of way?
Yeah, the concrete drain that's in their front yard.
Okay, so there wouldn't be a tie into town drainage. There's has to be sometimes driveways, if you expand your driveway more than 500 square feet, or any impervious surface, it triggers a drainage issue, a drainage requirement for on-site. That does not get tied into the town's drainage. It's supposed to be kept separate. I'll take a look at it and see, and it can provide you some feedback.
It looks to me like it created more problem than probably what was there to begin with. I
Okay.
don't know what was there to begin
Sure.
with. I was looking at the neighbor's property
Sure.
to see what it probably looked like before they leveled it off with the street.
So what happens sometimes with those driveways that match the slope of the swale is they end up having, because let's say fill for the house, or the house is elevated a couple inches or feet or whatever it might be, if their driveway slopes all the way to the right of way, they usually put in a kind of a catch basin, but a vehicle weighted drain, kind of like a pool drain type of thing, that captures that runoff from going into the right of way and then goes out to the sides, and it's supposed to be treated in an area or stored in an area off to the side. That usually is what new development occurs. I'll have to take a look at it and see the particulars.
Okay. Yeah, it seems like they've got a bigger problem with water just sitting in one spot now.
And I mean, some of that, was it built correctly? Is it, engineered properly? Was it, we'll look at that and I can.
promised I'd bring it up.
Absolutely. Yeah,
get you
we're
the
more than happy to look at those. Sometimes paper space doesn't translate to physical space, so we're happy to look at that.
LPA attorney items,
Nothing.
community develop items.
So I did not, because of the length of your agenda, put on the evaluation appraisal report, which I think will take us about an hour.
Thank you very much.
I do need another meeting, if possible. We have the 24th, I believe, Patty, was clear for the town calendar and other committees. If you're available to do that, I would like to do it so we can get it through and get it to DEO, which is state agency. So I got to get it to the council in March and then get it up to the state. With the pending comprehensive plan land development code reconsiderations and re-edits, often cleared on that issue. The EAR is past due. And if you're not familiar, the EAR essentially is an evaluation from the town perspective of what state law has changed since you've last done one, and are there necessary changes to accommodate those. There's not a lot, there's some recommendations, but I do want to make sure you have time. Because of the deadline, I would like at 9, well, we could do any, yes, we could do 9 o'clock or whatever's convenient for you. I would figure about an hour to hour 15 minutes.
Scott?
What day of the week is that?
That is a Monday?
A Monday?
Yes.
I will be out of town.
Do it later in the day than that.
I don't believe there's anything scheduled that day, so whatever's convenient for you all.
I'd prefer
I just have to
later in the
publicly
afternoon.
notice it for whatever time it starts, that's all.
Jim? Okay, what time are you considering that you want?
The later in the day for me works best, but whatever, however long you think.
After lunch, so you know you already ate once? And
Well, no, I didn't.
Since we didn't today?
It's just the scheduling.
I got you.
Scheduling stuff, so.
So you got whatever amongst you guys is you all,
I don't
I'm
want
fine.
to be too late, it just takes up the whole day, then you have to come back to here.
What time later in the day?
If morning works, that's fine. I don't want to rock the boat for a couple of hours. So we
Okay,
can we can keep it 9, that's fine. If everybody's okay with 9, I'm fine with that too.
Okay. 9 o'clock.
I think an hour is the max that we'll be here.
Fair enough.
9 o'clock.
I don't know if I'm available.
So let's preliminary do that, and then if the individuals that aren't sure could respond to me, then I'll plan for it and let you know. And if not, then I'll try to find another date and time before the end of the month, if possible.
A text in that says, sound system is awful today. So somebody is out there listening to us, but the sound system is difficult. So you're going to probably get some responses that it's been difficult for the.
You can tell by the look on her face.
Yep, because she's standing there like this. Okay. Additional, okay, items for next month's agenda?
No, I mean, there's nothing, just regular stuff that's coming through. April, we'll have to consider dates, so be looking for that, changing that, depending on the schedule. I won't be here for that week. Got a conflict.
Spring
I'm not here,
break,
we
huh?
can, what's that?
Spring break, huh?
I wish. No, learning about floodplain management.
Oh, fun.
So, but if it's things that I don't have to be here for, we can move forward with them, but just put on that, under your radar, that, see if we can move April around potentially.
Okay, and public comment? Does anybody want to speak? No? Close the public comment. Motion to.
And actually, I just want to let you, that's also a discussion that you may want to consider is this an appropriate date and time for this meeting? Or do you want to look at other dates in the month, a different time? So, and obviously, but something for you.
For a permanent schedule to change?
Yeah,
I don't know, it's worked for a long time.
okay.
Okay, motion to adjourn?
Oh, I hate to do that.
A second.
We have to, there's another one coming in soon, so you got to get out.
Okay, Dan, second, all in favor? Close the meeting at 2:22 on February, whatever this is.
It's still the same
11, 20, yeah.
Twilight Zone.
Yeah, we're still on the same day, I guess, yes.
Sweet. Space? You can take my